No.
Ma'am,
Unmute.
ma'am, unmute yourself. We can't hear you.
Unmute.
We can't hear you, ma'am. Now you're.
You can hear me now.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
now we can hear you.
Very good.
Yeah, very good.
Okay, let's get started all over again. Congratulations, everybody, on organising this again. It was great fun being here at this time last year, and I'm very happy to be back again. It's the middle of winter in the Southern Hemisphere, and so we're not celebrating fireflies because Firefly Day really is more of a Northern Hemisphere thing. But I'm pleased to be able to tell you that we actually had our first sighting of the new season's population just this week. So it's a very early firefly to be coming out in July. Okay, my title of my talk is We Will Learn from Each Other. And what I want to do is to actually really to compare what's happening in India with what's happening in Australia, because we have lots of the same sorts of problems. And I'm very pleased to see the number of people who will be answering a lot of the questions for me. We need to know the same sorts of things. You know, what fireflies do we have? How do we find out? We need taxonomists, and then that in itself is a real problem. How do we identify problems? How do we encourage tourism? And how do we maintain habitat and species conservation when we're trying to encourage tourism as well? And of course, we are going to be able to help each other too. And I think that you will find that from what I'm going to be talking about to you. I'm going to be talking about my favorite subfamily, which is, of course, the Luciolini. And you've all seen this before because I showed it to you last year. The Luciolini is the family of essentially the flashing fireflies, your Western Ghats firefly, where the one that you want to make a firefly park for. That's a member of the Luciolini. And the Luciolini, as you can see within this circle that I'm sort of depicting here, the Luciolini within this area seem to form a very natural group in that the genera and the species that we know that occur in this area do not occur elsewhere. Now, there's some very natural boundaries from our area that includes India and Australia, and elsewhere there's a lot of ocean surrounding the edge of that outline, as well as desert areas towards the north and the west. Now, I did put a big question mark on Africa, and the problem with Africa is that we just don't know. Nobody has done any work on African species of Luciolini, so there's more than 90 of them since they were very first described, and we don't know anything about them. So we don't know whether what I'm saying to you about the Luciolini in our particular area is actually true, that it may well be that Africa has similar sorts of genera as well. But the Luciolini does not occur in the Americas, not North or South, North and South America. They don't experience the fireflies as we do. Now, what fireflies do we have? Well, these are, I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this because I know that there are other people who are going to talk to you about the fauna of various parts of India. Oliver Keller tomorrow afternoon will be talking to you about exactly what all of the other ones, other species and genera that you have in India. But you'll notice that the genera are not the same. So you have things like Abscondita, Asymmetricata, through to Triangulara. We have Aquilonia, Atafella, through to Pyrophanes. In fact, the only genus which is the same, and which is a little bit unusual because we're not quite sure how or why that might be in Australia, is the genus Pygaluciola. And you will also be aware from last year that there's a paper that overviews all of these different genera and does address them from the Indian perspective as well. there's a reason for the line down the middle. I'll leave you guessing, but I'm sure everybody knows what I'm intending by that line. So let's have a look at what happens in India. What do I know about the Luciolini from India, and how might we sort of compare that with what happens in Australia? Well, we know that there are scientific papers. Shrinchana Ghosh has been doing a bit in Bengal. There's Ms. Shilpa and Hemant Kate working in the Western Ghats. There's what EMPRI is doing with everything that you have managed to put together. Some of these papers address important things like habitat. They'll address behaviour. They're also made up of live collections, which is really important. But there's one thing that we can't do with the information that's coming out of India thus far. We can't really comment on the decline in numbers of species because we don't know what it was like before. As far as the other aspect of it, I was just talking to Dr. Unial just before this conference started. And thank you, Dr. Unial and Nidhi Rana, for your information about the citizen science projects that you have undertaken. This is what Nidhi and Dr. Unial have discovered using only citizen science. So they sent out, it's a new paper, I'm sure that you'll all be able to download it, but they were able to discover that fireflies are distributed all over the place in India, and they all told 26,500. That was their estimate of the number of specimens that were seen, not the number of species. And this is the only drawback at this stage of this particular piece of work, is that we don't know what the species were. We don't know what any of these are, but at least you know where they are and you can go back and find them. Okay, what about Australia? Because I want you to try and see how much of the sorts of problems we both face are the same. Well, for the scientific papers, we've known what we have in Australia and where they have been since the 1960s, which is when I first started working on them. Mainly, that information was based on museum specimens. There's been some survey, not much on habitat, and we can't, as in India, we can't comment on the decline in numbers because we just don't have that sort of information. And the problem in India is, while you seem to be getting lots and lots of people interested in what's happening, there's only one person working on fireflies in Australia. That one person would seriously like an assistant. However, we do citizen science as well, only we call our citizen science Facebook. So we have a well-developed and rapidly growing Facebook page that has lots of advantages, which I'll be talking about in a couple of minutes. There's also a site called iNaturalist. I'm sure that there's a similar site can be accessed in India, and it is possible to access that and get your information, your species identified, as long as there is a taxonomist there who can do the identification for you. Now, this is where the fireflies are in Australia, and you may be a little bit surprised or shocked even that the distribution is not across the whole of Australia. We happen to be an extremely dry continent, so that most of them around the coastline, and it's only the coastline across the northern parts of Australia and down the east coast to not very far south of Sydney in New South Wales. And the thing about, whereas Nidhi's diagram showed all those dots indicating individual species, individual specimens, sorry, each one of these dots is an individual species. So I can tell you with each one of those dots exactly what is found in those particular places. And that's taken a long time. So it's not something that's going to happen very, very quickly. But the distribution down the east coast of Australia also is, to a large extent, paralleling the area where our highest population is. So it's not only an area which is appropriate for fireflies because the conditions that are going to favour the larvae happen down there as well. But it's heavy population. So you may say, well, okay, that's why they're being seen. Well, that's not the only reason why they're being seen. They're being seen there because that's the only place in Australia which provides the appropriate conditions. Now, I've looked at the sorts of things that we might be able to do to help. And I do want to mention again this Facebook page because it really has been extremely useful for us. Now, as I said, I don't know whether something like this would work as well in India, but our Facebook page is very specific to this country. And what it has, if you've ever been on it, you'll discover that we have a large number of guides now, which are put up every time somebody asks a question and I answer it. Then it seems to me that it would be a good idea to write a little bit more about that. So I write some more about it. And we have lots of guides about background on behavior, morphology, life cycles, things like that. But the beauty of this Facebook page is that it provides a source of almost immediate identification, which is not what was happening with Needy's specimen. Sorry, Needy, I don't wish to appear to be criticizing you at all. It's just that this is the way it happens. That what happens on our Facebook page is that people see a specimen. If they're very lucky, they catch it. They are told by one of these guides how they can go about actually taking a picture of it. So they take a picture, they pop it up on the Facebook page. I check the page every day and I'll just identify it for them. There's you'll notice that I am concentrating a little bit here on flightless females too, flightless females affect distribution. And you don't have any species in India where there are flightless females. And what happens with flightless females is that where there is a flightless female, she cannot move around very far to actually lay her eggs, so that the species will be very, very restricted to a quite small area. And it could be an area the size of my backyard, which is quite small, I can assure you. So what we've got is, in terms of looking at species with flightless females and how do we go about addressing the conservation of this species, it's a very, very difficult situation because of flightless females. And I just point out to you that I've got step 1 there. I'm going to explain to you in just a minute or so what step 1 is all about. But another way that we can help, I've got up a Facebook, I have a website of my own. It is it's a general information for anybody. It is, again, just for the Luciolini, but it's a general information for anybody working on Luciolini. And it is, in fact, there's a lot of information for anybody who's working on fireflies or insects in particular. And it was written specifically for people who are starting out, so that it's worth having a look at that. This information is freely available as long as I pay my dues and maintain the site. It will be there for a long time. Now, step 1. Well, step 1, of course, is that you'll all be aware, because of the way I present these things, is that I start at the very beginning, and we need names for our species. That's what step 1 is. Step 1 is identification. You have to know what you are working with first. That's step 1. And names reveal an incredible amount of information, not only where they might be found, where we find the literature that might have described them. Have you got different species in different areas and such like? That's step 1, identification. And of course, this leads us into the problem area with regard to how people have to start out. Taxonomy is a problem. Taxonomy, to everybody I think that I have interacted with in India, has had to start with some aspect of taxonomy, and they have not necessarily found it very easy. And the problem with taxonomy is that taxonomy needs an entomology background, that if you haven't got a decent background in entomology, at least 1 year study in entomology is the absolute minimum, then you will find taxonomy quite difficult, because you are being asked to navigate your way around an insect, and you are being asked to use the appropriate terminology for the parts of that insect, which are not necessarily all that easy. The other thing about taxonomy, which is a problem too, is that there's a perception of taxonomy as, well, it's not the most entertaining sort of pursuit. It is not anywhere near as popular as anything that might be molecular biology. And you would probably, if you wanted to get a job, you would not tell them that, as first and foremost, you're an insect taxonomist. You might say, oh, well, I've done a lot on molecular assessment, but you're not going to tell them that you're a taxonomist. And that is unfortunate, because here we have a science where we need this. We need taxonomy at the very beginning of anything that anybody is going to do in India on fireflies. And yet we have this perception of the whole issue. I've put a couple of little bits of information along the bottom of this screen, because on the left-hand side, these are the sorts of things that you might be, there are questions that occurred to me, and I thought that perhaps they might occur to some of you too. Like, I don't know, I hope somebody's going to be able to tell me in the next 2 days, but I don't think we know exactly what the Western Ghats firefly is, do we? And this is what I think it is. This is a species which was named originally as Colophotia perplexa. It was named by a guy called Walker, and it was described from Sri Lanka. And it is now known as Abscondita perplexa. And this is what I think is the Western Ghats firefly. But I'd like to be proven wrong or right. We don't seem to know at the moment just exactly what that species is. The next one is asymmetric hata. Dr. Barua is working on asymmetric hata species. And this one particular one here is asymmetric hata circumdata. And asymmetric hata, there may be more than one species. So there's not just circumdata. And how many are there? Because these are often, the differences between them often appear simply by differences in the color of the elytra, and color patterns are not a very good thing to enable you to distinguish things very succinctly. So the next one is Pteroptyx malachy. Now, Pteroptyx malachy is the species in Thailand that is the basis for their whole tourist enterprise there. Now, Pteroptyx malachy was described originally from Malacca. So, you know, this is your species. And we wonder just how widespread is Pteroptyx malachy. It lives in mangroves. And is this the sort of thing? Is it widespread in India? Could it attract the tourists? And then what about aquatic genera? We know that you do have one aquatic genus. I think Srinjana Ghosh has been talking about that. That's the genus Sclerotia. But is it possible that there are more? That's something that you do have that we don't have in Australia, and it just makes for interesting surmise. Okay, what else can we do to help apart from having a web page? There's going to be an online taxonomy workshop. It's going to involve EMPRI, so Dr. Chakravarti and Parves and I and Dr. Juso will all be sort of getting together very early on next year to try to organise it, and we're going to run it via this medium. So we will run it as an online sort of thing. We don't have a lot of information about it yet, but we will be trying to do all of the Indian fireflies, not just the subfamily Luciolini, although the Luciolini, we keep on mentioning the Luciolini because we know more about Luciolini than anything else. But there will be more information about that later. And what about those other problems? Because I'm nearly finished my talk here, and I had lots of other problems that I was talking about. You know, how do you identify species at risk? what information is necessary for the red lists. And Anna Walker's going to be talking to you about that soon. What do you do about habitat destruction? How do you combine safe tourism and your Firefly Park that you're wanting to develop with the fact that everybody, the larvae are in the soil and everybody's walking around and trampling on them? And did you think that I was going to be able to answer them? No, of course I'm not. I don't know either. I am, this is why I said we'll learn from each other, because I want to be able to find how these sorts of things can happen. I'm very keen to see what everybody is going to say over the next 2 days, and very happy to be here. And that's the end of my talk. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you so much, Professor Valentine. Valentine, you have any slides to present? Any slides to present? Or PPT? No. Hello. Madam, you have any slides to show or present? No. Hello.
Well, I've just done my talk. Did you not hear it? Did you not see it?
Yeah. No, I was here, but are there any slides to show? No. No, isn't it? You have completed your talk.
Yeah, but did you not see them?
Yeah. No.
You did.
We didn't see any of the slides.
You didn't see a thing.
Madam, we didn't see any. Yeah.
You didn't
We have
see
not
something
seen
like,
the slides.
well, hang on.
That's why I was asking.
Like, hang on.
No.
Oh, dearie me. Well, that share screen.
Yeah.
You didn't see that?
No.
No.
Yeah, now we are in speaker. Yes.
Oh dear.
Now we are in that. Yes.
Well,
No.
well, I failed. Never mind. I hope there were some really nice slides there.
Yeah, right. Yeah, very good. Yes. Okay. Yeah. Any questions from participants to Professor Valentine? Yes, madam, I have one question. The taxonomy part has not really taken off in India. And I think we need to initiate the identification process in India. And it is very essential that unless we, as you have pointed out, that unless we address this issue of identification, we will not be able to do any justice to the firefly biology understanding and ecology. So how we can go about in India, madam? I wanted to know from you.
Well,
how we can start this. Yeah, I was thinking
I think
some expert can. Yeah.
Well, we have. You're aware of the fact that we are going to present through MPRI a taxonomic workshop.
Yes.
But I've noticed that somebody has just said, "Could I please see whether I can share my screen again?" So I'm going to go. Is it all right, Dr. Chakravarti, if I run through it very, very quickly?
Okay. Yes.
Yes, please go ahead, Leslie.
Okay, now. Can you see that now? No?
Yes, we can. Yes, we can.
Ah, good. Okay. Well, I'll do it very quickly. Hey, learn from each other. This was the bit about the Luciolini. This is the species that the genera of fireflies that we have in India and Australia. This was simply something about the whole idea of citizen science. There aren't a lot of pictures. This was Needi Rana and Dr. Unial did this. Sorry, I'll go back to that one. That's where they have found the various fireflies. This was what's happening in Australia. This is where these species are in Australia. So the point I wanted to make was that, you know, they're all clustered in a certain place and particularly down the east coast of Australia. And this was our Facebook page, which I wanted to talk to you about it's got nice pictures, but I think you probably got this is my own web page, which it has got a lot of very useful information. I talked about taxonomy, and this is the Western Ghats firefly, asymmetric harter, Chiroptex malachy, and the possibility of aquatic genera in. And this is the one that Dr. Chakravarti was just talking about, that Wanjuso and I are going to run a taxonomic workshop. So we are hoping that it will cover all of the Lampyridae, all of the genera and the species of the Lampyridae that occur in India. And we're sort of getting ideas for it now, but that will be coming out under the umbrella of EMPRI. And that's it. So I might stop sharing screen again now. You share.
Thank you for running that.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you so much, madam, for the question. Yeah, any other participants have any questions to Professor Valentine? Yeah. There is a question that how to become a taxonomist as a fruitful part in curriculum.
Oh, well, why not? Just depending on what subject you're teaching, put it into your curriculum as part of a biological science subject. Has to be very early on in the course. It could be even in a first year biology course, but that certainly is. We used to teach it taxonomy, the general principles of taxonomy. So I think it is possible. It definitely is possible.
Yeah, Dr. Chakravarti, yeah, can I raise a question?
Sir. Yes.
Yes, please, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Dr. Leslie, what is the conservation issues and what is the conservation practices in Australia you're adopting?
Oh, Dr. Uniel, that's our problem. We don't know enough about what we've got. And this is why our Facebook page is proving so useful, because it is telling us where things are. And we then have to take the next step, and we don't know how. And that's why I said I was so interested in seeing what everybody was recommending today and tomorrow, because we have situations, for example, with flightless females, where there's a very small area that may be have a huge number of the one species of fireflies there, but the problem is that it could be in a little creek somewhere. You just everybody just walks past it for the rest of the year. They don't even know that it's there, and how we have to establish who owns that area first. What can we do? What are we allowed to do? So we've got lots and lots of things to think about, and we're not doing it very well yet, but we'll get there.
Yeah, people understanding their values for the conservation, the community is understanding.
Yeah. Oh, yes. But it's still it's like anything else. You can't just say everybody feels the same way.
Yeah.
So.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
So Dr. Chakravarti, your mic is muted.
Yeah. Madam, there's one more question. Is morphotaxonomy possible for fireflies?
Well, yeah, that's what I've done. I think the question said, is morphotaxonomy possible when you're out in the field at night? So I think there's a little bit more to that question, wasn't there? Yes, it is up to a point. You probably need a good torch, and you need a hand lens as well. But it is possible that you can. I think if you've got a reasonable idea of what you're doing, I think it's definitely possible. Yeah.
So, may I ask you a question?
Yes, yes, please.
Hello, hello. I am A.G. Barua.
Yeah, correct. Yeah.
Hello.
Hi,
Okay.
yeah,
Hello, Dr. Valentine.
please.
Yes, Dr.
Professor.
Barua, yeah.
Hello. So a few years back, you identified the species Asymmetricata circumdata. Do you
Yeah.
remember that? I think it was around 2014 or 15, something like that. So 2 years back, we have found probably the same species at our university campus itself. Okay, in very small number. But whether that is Asymmetricata circumdata or not, so could you identify by just having the picture of these dorsal and ventral sides? I mean, apparently they look the same, and the flashing pattern, it is the same.
Yeah.
But then,
Well, yes, probably. As long as they were good pictures.
okay. So then, but see, I am a physics person, so I have no idea about this taxonomy part. So I am only, interested in the flashing part. Now, that is the light part and the flash part. But then species has to be identified correctly.
Yeah, no,
So,
that's okay. That's okay.
So earlier you identified the Asymmetricata circumdata. So that was some distance from here. But 2 years back, we have got the same type of species here, but we want to be absolutely sure that this is Asymmetricata circumdata. So could you kindly verify this from the pictures?
Yeah, I'll try. If you have my email address, so if you send me the pictures.
Oh, yes. I have yours. So,
Okay.
So thank you very
No
much.
problem.
Thank you. Thank you.
So thank you so much, Professor Valentine, for your very inspiring words and guidance in proactively on the identification, and we also look forward to our collaboration on a workshop on taxonomy. So good day. Thank you so much once again.
Thank you, Dr. Barua. Thank you. Bye.
Yeah. Yes. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me immense to introduce Mr. Chandra, Coordinator, EMPRI, Malaysia Office. Sir is associated with the Forest and Environment in Karnataka for over decades. Mr. Balchandra has worked as Director of Bandipur Tiger Reserve, that is one of the internationally reputed tiger reserves in the world. Currently, he is working as project coordinator at EMPRI, Malaysia, Bengaluru. Sir has completed successfully 7 projects. The projects include diverse topics as the impact of downhill pipe conveyor on ambient environment, wood availability in Karnataka, wood availability of wood for handicrafts, agroforestry models in Karnataka, grazing as forest ecosystem services, and rejuvenation of the river streams. So these projects, most of them are first of its kind studies in India, and Sir has established basic data bases and neat scientific constructs. Sir will throw light on the Wildlife Protection Act 1972 and its recent amendments and what it implies to protecting creatures like fireflies. Sir, please.
Thank you. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to all of you, ma'am. Am I audible? Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Yes, you are audible, sir.
So amidst so many experts,
Sir, kindly on your video.
I think video has to be post. Chakravarti sir. Video needs to be controlled, I believe. Video needs to be controlled. It is not opening.
So you are audible.
Give us a second. Just let's come there and speak.
Come there.
Chalo, जाएंगे. आ गया? आ गया?
No, sir. You can continue.
నేను బర్లేదు. Okay. Good morning, all of you. Good afternoon, good evening. Okay, start ಮಾಡಿ. Share the video. First of all, once again, thank the organizers who have really arranged such a beautiful webinar across the world. And it was nice listening to Leslie Madam also. So I am a student of Fireflies. I am not an expert like you people. He has infused so much of knowledge which is required for a student. So being my colleague, I thank him also. So as all of you are aware, scientists have been working on so many issues, so many aspects, so many fields. Huh? But whatever work scientists do, or whatever work is being done, it has to have certain legal sanctions. Without legal sanctions, it is very difficult to insist upon or to tell people that you have to conserve this firefly. Otherwise, it becomes a domain of scientists alone. So every common man should understand. Every common man should understand the importance of. It is there.
It's not shared. Sorry, one second.
My videos, go back. Okay.
Yes, please.
So people, you can see the slide. It's also slide in the code. Slide in the code. Okay. Protection of animals. Okay. Law. So I I'll be talking the protection of animals, especially in our country. Next. As you all are aware that every conservation act should be legally sanctioned. Otherwise, simply telling people to conserve these things may not work in the larger run. So hence, whatever conservations have to be done, Wildlife Act 1972 was brought out in our country, and the latest amendment of 2022, we have our acts in 4 chapters. But there is no mention of firefly anywhere. Firefly being so much important species, all the while scientists have been telling, many of them have been telling that it needs to be protected, it needs to be conserved. For what reasons? Because they are very sensitive to the climatic changes, what's happening throughout the world. So at least in India, fireflies have not been given much importance. The reasons being, as we know that some of these insects are covered in one form or the other, either in IUCN list or in wildlife conservation list of wildlife acts. For example, you can see this pygmy hog-sucking louse, that is Hematopenus. Hematopenus oliveri, known commonly as a pygmy hog-sucking louse, is an endangered species. This is in the suborder Anopleura, and they are found mainly in the pygmy hogs, which are endemic to India, and also they are very rare. Once the pygmy hogs conservation picks up, then automatically the conservation of this species, that is Hematopenus olivera, will also be served to. So we also have very specific bee, that is Apis caryngodion, which is one of the 3 main species which have been identified in India, apart from Apis cerana and also Apis indica. So the importance of this bee, as this has been listed in IUCN Red List. So it gets that legal sanction of protecting, or the importance to be protected. Similarly, we also have this Tetramoria mayeri, that is, it's a species of ant that's in the genus Tetramorium. It's an endemic to India, but we don't find the mention in our Wildlife Conservation Act or Wildlife Protection Act. And we have another species, very important one, Drupadia scavia, which is commonly called as blue posy. This is very specific to, this is a butterfly species specific to Southeast Asia. Even this has found the importance of conserving this has been brought out in IUCN, but not in our, not prominently in our Wildlife Protection Acts. We also have this very important Himalayan relic dragonfly. It's a rare species of dragonfly which is very commonly found in the Darjeeling parts of our country. And the very important thing is the larvae up to 7 years. The larvae is 7 years period, and 9 years or 10 years it takes to come back to life for 10 years. And the species is very much endemic to the area where I am talking of, that is the Darjeeling part or the Bhutan part. And these have also been found in the Japan area. Japan also it has been recorded. So people in general, they take into conservation, or when we speak about conservation or protection, they have to be brought in a Protection Act, that is Wildlife Protection Act, which is amended, does not have the mention of these things. So I would say that such webinars, such workshops would of course, telling the administrators, telling the policymakers, telling the people who make law that what are fireflies. Of course, telling them just what fireflies are and how many species they are, and in India, how many species have been identified, and in the state of Karnataka, very few have been identified. And this work of conservation and identification of fireflies has been taken up by an institute, reputed institute like EMPRI. So thanks to them, because once we tell the administrators that the importance of these fireflies, that is, they are the indicator species, indicators of healthy ecosystem, they are the keystone species, that is indicator of ecological links operating in the ecosystem, and they serve the purpose of ecotourism. Recently, I was on an education trip to New Zealand, where these glowworm caves are there. I think many of you must be aware of these glowworm caves, where they charge nearly 3,500 rupees per person. They take the people inside the cave, and these glittering glowworms will be found. Just it takes hardly 20 minutes, 30 minutes. For 20, 30 minutes, they charge 3,500 rupees per person. When a country like New Zealand, which is really cashing in on the ecotourism aspects of the glowworms, we have so much abundance of these fireflies, especially in the Western Ghats and in the areas like Agumbe and all. We have a lot of fireflies wherein they can be taken, people can be taken there and explained about its importance, explained about its meritorious things which can be possible for indicating the climate change, what's happening day in day. So these things have to be known to the people who make policies, who make laws, that the very importance of this fireflies, why they have not been told so far. Mainly, we know that how we use our natural resources. We have already overexploited the natural resources. We use, in the name of going for more productivity, more production of crops, we use pesticides, we use weedicides, less thinking that will be causing a lot of harmful situation. And the anthropogenic, that is the urbanization of the areas where this very concentrated lights are being used for the benefit of mankind. So all are human-centric developments, what they are happening really to fireflies, thereby the decrease in habitat degradation happens. So these things are happening regularly, and the reasons I have already told you. There is a lot of knowledge gap. See, I also came, though I knew what is firefly, but I was not much aware about its importance, about its sensitivity, which was until I came across scientists like you people, especially Dr. A.K. Chakravarti. And many of us take not even 1% know something about firefly. They are unaware of it. They will be appreciating the things, but they will not be knowing the importance of the thing. They have been less studied or not studied. You can say that nobody has thought of taking up studies in terms of conserving, let alone conserving, to know the things, what fireflies are, what are the importance of fireflies. And all this has made, and all this neglect has made that we have not been able to push through the concern for these creatures, to include them in the Wildlife Protection Act. If fireflies, what I feel in the days to come, is included in the next amendment or so, the scientists can cry for bringing these fireflies or shout for bringing these fireflies in the Wildlife Protection Act, such that the conservation aspect is given. The more awareness is created, more studies are taken up, and we have to collaborate in this. We have to form our networks. The network should be so strong that the entire world should speak about fireflies. and the entire world with authority should say what are the importance of fireflies, and the species assessment also should be made in a proper category. I mean, catalogs have to be done. We have to categorize them as one of the most sensitive creatures, which will indicate the climate change, which is a regular process right now. And for all this, we need a legal protection. And hence, I once again plead with all the people who are here. Webinars would give us to see that such beautiful creatures, such wonderful creatures, such important creatures of indicating the climate change should be protected for our own, for the betterment of mankind in the days to come. Thank you. Thank you. So I feel
Yes.
I have made my point very clear that fireflies have to be brought into the purview of legal framework, not only in India, in the entire world, such that these beautiful creatures will be protected and conserved for the future. Thank you very much. Sakal, note
Dr. Chakravarti, your mic is on mute.
Yeah. It is necessary that we accord legal protection to this enigmatic beetles. Now, any questions for Mr. Balchandar from participants? Any questions to sir, please?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes,
Yeah,
Dr.
please.
O'Neill. Hello.
Yeah.
Good afternoon,
Yeah.
sir. This is
Yeah.
Ranjit out from Maharashtra.
Ranjit,
Good
tell me,
afternoon.
please. Okay.
Yes, good afternoon, Balchandra, sir.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Yeah, please.
Yes, actually, my question is there any plans for firefly parks, like just like we have in Bengaluru, when butterfly park is there? Is there any future plans regarding the conservation of fireflies for that
Yes.
parks
This,
and all?
Dr. Chakravarti will be able to answer this question. We have started this in a small way, and in agriculture universities, as you are aware, Mr. Ranjit, that
Yes.
we have taken up in a small scale, and the MP is also thinking to, in the lines of Banerghatta Butterfly Park, MP is also thinking to, and now I was discussing with DG sir also, Director General sir, that he was telling that people, as it is happening in the countries like New Zealand, we can take people to areas like Agumbe Ghat. There are several areas in Agumbe Ghat, and
Yes, we are is to establish a firefly park, just like the.
Yes, sir. Yes. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you for. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Ranjit, how things are going on? I hope your research activity is going on in full scale.
Yes, sir.
Mr.
Yes.
Ranjit, Dr.
Yes.
Ranjit?
Yes, sir.
No.
Yes,
I hope your research activity is progressing fast.
Yes, sir. Yes. I'm doing my PhD on molluscan diversity from Maharashtra.
Wonderful.
And
let us
yes.
discuss about it in the
Yeah,
next
yeah.
forum
Sure.
or next platform.
Yes, sir. Yes. Thank you, sir. Thank you so
Okay.
much.
Thank you.
And I am very fortunate that I have got an opportunity to work under
Thank
the
you, Ranjit. Wish you all the best.
guidance of. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ranjit, very much, and thank you, sir. Okay, and we will again join. Thank you. We will be again linking you up with after 5 minutes. Thank you. Where is that schedule? Schedule. Yes. Welcome back. Hope you could relax for about 5 minutes. So, dear participants, the next speaker is Amrita Pattabhiraman. Amrita Pattabhiraman is from Annamalai University, and she's a postgraduate student at the Department of Entomology, and she has been working on rice pests. So whenever she is to go to the field, she is to see lots of these fireflies. So this is how her interest on fireflies has been, and she is going to speak about her experience with fireflies in Tamil Nadu in rice fields. Miss Amrita, please.
Please go ahead, Amrita.
Yeah, please.
Hi.
Then mute my video.
Good afternoon to one and all present here. I'm Amrita Pattabhiraman, currently pursuing my postgraduate in Department of Entomology, Annamalai University. I have been fascinated by these fireflies since from my childhood, but nowadays it become very rare to see such a population. It's becoming 1, 2, or 3 only I can't able to see nowadays. So I took this topic, artificial light and living light, a tale of firefly decline. Generally, the fireflies belongs to order Coleoptera, superfamily Electroideae, family Lambidae. There are about 2,002, more than 2,000, where in Asia, subfamily Luciolinae was more predominant. In India, 32 species were reported under 9 GDD, such as Abscondita, Asymmetricata, Pteroptix sclerotia. Fireflies is called by different names like lightning bug, glowworm, fireworm, golden sparkler, fire devils. In Tamil Nadu, we called it as Mingmini Puchi. It produces bioluminescence by the chemical reaction takes place in the specialized light producing organ present in the abdomen. And it is famous for its cold light, and unlike artificial light, it does not produce heat. And it is brighter and should be contrast to the environment with its receiver. Usually, the adult starts to emit light when the natural light becomes down, and males are more attracted to the brighter light than compared to the dim light, which indicates the healthy female having the prolonged fecundity. Various purpose of bioluminescence is in larvae it acts as aposematic display to discourage the predators. It acts as it indicates that they are unpalatable, and during the breeding season it acts it as a sexual advertisement to attract its opposite mate using specific color and unique pattern of flushes. Whereas it also acts as a foraging lure in Porturus fireflies, where it mimics the prey opportunist flashes and attracts and feed upon it. But unfortunately, the population is declining at the alarming rate. At a report by Chatragada 2022, the population of Abscondita chinensis population at Barkankula village in Andhra Pradesh in 1996 and 2019. The result shows that there are about 500 individuals who are recorded in 10 square meter in 1996. But current 2090, the population there are only 10 to 20 individuals in 10 square meter. It indicated the population are declining due to the various reasons, where deforestation that leads to habitat loss, pesticide, climatic change, urbanization, and pollution is considering as the factors. Among the pollution, light pollution is considering as the major potential. Which differ from other pollution where it is irreversible and contain no residues in the environment, as like water and air pollution. So I want to review this topic on light pollution. That's ALAN, artificial light light emitting during the nighttime is called as artificial light at night. 1/10 of the Earth experiences the artificial light at night, and 80% of our world human population lives under artificial light at night, and also it spread each year by 2%. Undoubtedly, the nocturnal and crepuscular species of firefly are going to be most vulnerable. The various sources of direct sources like light fitted in street lamps, buildings, stadiums, vehicle light, bridge light, and billboard, and indirect sources like sky glow, which increases the ambient night light. The light like incandescent light, compact fluorescent light, metal halide street light, LED light, low pressure sodium light, high pressure sodium light, narrow band amber light, fluorescent lamp, which were used based on the purposes. Nowadays, we are moving towards the LED, and increase the use of LED also has greater impact on insects. Which makes our summer light less magical by mainly interfering in its mating signals. The brighter artificial light which mask the natural bioluminescence, so the mate on fly cannot able to recognize, and leads to the prolonged flighting male and prolonged glowing of female up to mating, and leads to diversion of energy from egg production to the bioluminescence, and results in the low egg production. And also you can see in this clip how the firefly is distracted by the small LED. Which mimics a female, and it thought it was the female and attracted towards the female. Once it recognizes it's not a female, it move away from it. So they loses their way from their habitat. It creates an imbalance between the male and the female ratio. The ultimate result is the fewer eggs for the next generation, and the population eventually declines. Then it is not possible to night out the whole world, but we can make changes and reduces the usage of electricity. We can save the firefly as well as our electricity. First, by making simple steps like turn off the lights when not in use, especially in the vegetation and garden areas. Reduce the usage of decorative lights during the occasions. In India, we use many types of this type of small LED lights, which definitely going to cause impact on fireflies. Especially avoid this type of light during the breeding season we can able to conserve this firefly population. Adapting those technologies like proper shielding, we can restrict the usage of light to the needy places in case of avoid spillage of light. And adapting these technologies like street light fitted with motion sensor in forest areas and natural habitat of firefly, we can able to reduce the light pollution in the forest areas, where it will automatically on and off when there is a sense of motion. And by creating awareness to the common people by using such illustrations of picture, where this indicates that during the dark period, they can able to recognize their mate and mating happens. But in the presence of artificial light, they can't able to recognize their opposite mate, so their heart are broken. So by using such type of illustration, it can reach all the aged people from children to the all ages. And also conducting campaign for the conservation to school and college students, we can able to create awareness about the firefly conservation. Entomotourism. Nowadays, entomotourism become popular, like butterfly gardens, bee gardens, and insectorium. Such firefly festival is also famous in India. That is the most emergence of firefly that attracts the ecotourism during especially during the breeding season, May and June. To see the beauty of the dazzling night, not only the entomologist, even a common man more attracted to it. As a report said, the tourist spot at Western Ghat of Maharashtra attract about 35,000 tourists during this season. And the firefly festivals are conducted in villages of Maharashtra such as Purushvandi, Bandardara, Rajmachi, Prabalwandi. This is the clip of the firefly festival that is conducted in Bandardara. This type of endomorphism also becoming a threat to the fireflies by introduction of the artificial structures like roads, buildings, lights, and also it attracts the tourists to camping in the forest areas and allowing vehicle movement into the forest. It leads to a loss of life by crushing of the adults and larval stages. And due to our safety purpose, we are using lights in forest area. It become unsafety to the fireflies and such as street light, torchlight, camera flashes. But we want to enjoy the scenario without taking risk of life to the firefly by creating the awareness to the local people and tourists guide about the importance of firefly and conservation of firefly and framing certain set of instructions to tourists that do's and do nots during the visiting of that habitat. Seeing scenario from distance is should be encouraged instead of avoiding closer approaches to firefly. If you want to use lights in that area, it's better to use the dim light instead of the brighter lights. And by restricting the time of visiting time, we can able to conserve such population. Artificial light that also we are creating technologies that mimics firefly populations such as firefly garden LED outdoor lights and firefly stings LED lights. But they are trying to mimic firefly, but it never be equal to natural incredible shows like that firefly congregation in the Anamalai Tiger Reservoirs. See how beautiful is this? That the entire forest is glowing by synchronizing firefly. It was pictured in 2022 Anamalai Tiger Reservoirs. But creating this type of technology, the studies on this aspect also call some impact on firefly population. So avoid this. Try to avoid this type of technology during the breeding season. As Mahatma Gandhi says, the greatness of the nation can be judged by the way its animals are treated. It's our duty to conserve the species available within the nation. And thank you for giving such chance to be for this small firefly to be in the population of this firefly congregation of firefly. Sorry. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Amrita, for your presentation. And the next speaker is also going to speak on bioluminescence. So we will have questions together. Okay. Because, yeah. Okay. Yeah. Thank you so much. Now we request Rajshri Chattopadhyaya. Rajshri Chattopadhyaya is an undergraduate student from the Ramakrishna Mission School at Belur, West Bengal. So, Mr. Chattopadhyaya, can you just make your presentation? Yeah, please.
So I think my screen is quite visible, right? Hello. Hello.
Yes.
Sir, I think my screen is visible,
yeah, it's
right?
visible.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is Rajshri Chattopadhyaya from Ramakrishna Mission Vidya Mandir. And currently, I am pursuing Bachelor's of Science with honors in zoology, and presently I am in semester 5. So, as you can see, the topic of my poster presentation is the biochemistry of bioluminescence, a saga of the insect with the lamp in the terms of conservation. Now, we prefer attaching the term bioluminescence mostly to fireflies, or you can take a step forward from the field of molecular biology to porum sensing as seen in bacteria. But bioluminescence is that phenomena which lights up the animal world, mostly the underwater creatures, starting from crustaceans to fishes to bacteria and even some plants, shows the effect of bioluminescence. But still, we prefer fireflies. Why? We prefer fireflies as the next organism because it stands out to be the next door reference. Point number 1. Point number 2 is it has a pivotal ecological role to play and which for its conservation. Now, before getting into my topic, let me discuss a little about the distribution and habitat of these teeny twinkling creatures. I think I have mentioned that it was our next door reference. But as you can see from this GIS map, it is mostly present in the Latin American region. And although it is present in some of the pockets of Indian subcontinent, still the number is substantially low to put up on this GIS map. I could remember from my boyhood I used to play this fireflies that I used to get in my room, and now even in their habitat constituted by marshy or dense vegetation, I couldn't spot a single firefly. So you can see how the number from 500 in 1996 to 10 to 20 in 2019 has substantially decreased, as our literature review suggested. But still, these twinkling creatures have maintained their world of microcosmos, starting from a variety of different species. Not all do does clash, but most of them belonging to the family Lampridae do shows the effect of bioluminescence. Now, from since the starting of this presentation, you might find me discussing about the effect of bioluminescence or the fact of twinkling. So, one natural question that might haunt us all, that is, what is the saga of the bioluminescence in the chemical perspective? Actually, I'm sorry I couldn't zoom it further. If you can see this firefly, it is not able to produce light when D firefly luciferin is present. But when through a cascade of reaction, chemical reaction, it is actually producing oxyluciferin ketoform or oxyluciferin enolate form. It is able to produce green to red light in its keto state or yellow to green light in its oxyluciferin enolate state, by virtue of which the firefly is being able to produce the light. Now, this light sensation is also species specific. Evolutionary, if you see, the effect of the bioluminescence was developed to ward off predators, but now the recent studies suggest that it is also a species, it is emitted in a species specific fashion for mate calling and mate attraction. Now, while we are discussing about these fireflies, do they have any ecological or economical or social importance? A few minutes ago, I was stating that India has a substantially low population of fireflies, but again, it is India that is showing the world through the Fireflies Festival of Igatpuri. And believe me, the Herculean economic condition of Igatpuri depends on firefly tourism. And these fireflies, that means it's put up as a mascot for social strata of that region, and also is contributing significantly to the economic growth of Maharashtrian Igatpuri. Moreover, we are not unaware of the adult forms of fireflies are an excellent nocturnal predators, and the firefly larvae are voracious carnivores feeding on soft-bodied insects that can prove to be a tough guy for the peasants dependent on organic farming. So the firefly, being the Mashiach for them, proves its place and for being an important key player in the ecological field. Now, while going through the surfing the net for collecting information about fireflies, I have found a wonderful phenomena which I thought it is the correct place to discuss about this effect. I have mentioned it as the boomerang of nature. Actually, what happens is photorays and photinus, both belonging to the Lampridae, but the female fireflies, after becoming gravid, attracts the male photinus by creating the emission spectra of emission spectra that is very much photinus specific. So when the male of photinus reaches its periphery of predation, it serves itself as a good supper. Now, this has a dual objective. One that is the gravid female. For the gravid female, it becomes difficult to search for food. So, photinus is providing a good source of nutritional supply. And number two, the steroidal pyrones called lucibofagins, which is naturally present in the foretinus.
Ah. Oh. Good, good.
Sorry. Hello.
Kindly start.
Sorry. Hello. Hello. So will I continue?
Yes,
Yes, you
sir,
can
please continue.
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay, fine, fine. So what I was telling about lucibofagin, the steroidal pyrons lucibofagin is a defensive steroidal pyrons lucibofagins that is naturally present in the Fourtinus species, and by virtue of eating the male of Fourtinus species, these lucibofagins get transferred to the Fourtinus female, gravid female, and which acts as a deterrent from its natural predator of Photuris, the Philippines jumping spider. So it is also having a dual benefit. First of all, it ensures the protective delivery of its progeny, number one, and number two is that what is called it can maintain its gene pool through its intra-family competition. But what are the threats to these little waters? So that is my, as you can see, the topic of my poster, conservation. So why do these little guys need conservation? Sadly, it is us, because it is not our human needs, but our human greed. Starting from habitat loss to pesticide use, water pollution, reckless tourism, over exploitation, and climate change, for which directly or indirectly showing this number of substantial decrease of the population. Yes, we are responsible for this, for posing the threat to these little wonders. So it needs conservation. Now, if you go and Google the conservation strategies, you will find a number of conservation strategies, of which I have put up a few. But I'm not going to repeat this, as it is quite conventional and we all know about it. But what is remarkable is that when working in the molecular biology lab, specifically luciferase assay, I come to know that the luciferase gene owes its origin from the fireflies. So in this 21st century, where we can boast to have collected a few more pebbles from the shore of science, if by this time the fireflies can contribute significantly to the molecular science, I don't know by the time we reach the sea of science in the coming decades, what revolutionary contribution can be made by the fireflies in the field of molecular biology as a whole. So, owing to its application in the molecular biology, the fireflies deserves an ember for conservation, not only from the sphere of environmentalists, but from the scientific community as a whole. By incorporating molecular field, we actually incorporated an immense sphere of scientific communities from the multiple disciplines, owing to their direct or indirect involvement to the field of molecular science. So when a community rather than a group advocates for conservation, the One Health biome is not far. So this was the saga of bioluminescence in terms of conservation. Hope you have enjoyed the presentation. So did I while presenting. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rajshi. Now we have two presentations, one by Amrita and the other by Rajshi. Any participants have any questions to them, because both dealt with bioluminescence. So if any participant has any questions to these two youngsters, they can just ask. Anyone? Okay, if there are no questions, the next speaker is Ojit Kumar Singh from Ramjas College, Delhi University. Okay, and he's an associate professor in the Department of Zoology, University of Delhi. He is also interested in insect photography and ecology. So today he will share his experience with us on fireflies. So Dr. Ojit Kumar Singh, please.
Good afternoon to everyone. May I have the privilege of sharing my slide? I hope the slides are visible.
Yeah, it's visible.
It's visible.
Yes. Yes.
Oh,
And
is it in the full screen mode or is
no.
No, you share full screen
Uh,
mode.
yeah, you want to make it full screen?
yes, sir, yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Slide show.
Yeah, you make it full screen.
Bottom.
Yeah.
I am
Sir, right bottom side, you will, yes, correct.
yeah.
Yeah, right bottom side.
I hope it is okay now.
Yes.
Good afternoon to
it's-
Good
yeah.
afternoon to everyone. Thanks for
Now it's
accepting.
Yeah.
Good afternoon to everyone. Thank you so much for appreciating and accepting my abstract. I am not a firefly scientist or a firefly conservation biologist. I have been working on edible insect diversity in some of the wetlands in Manipur in India. And while working in the landscape where I did my research, I happened to hear about fireflies from the locals. And recently the invitation to submit the abstract came in the internet and in my email, and I responded. I am very new to this particular science of firefly, but there is something which is uniquely important and connected well to every life, every children. And that is the exposition that I'm going to do. And I'm going to ask a question by using fireflies and the nostalgia as can it be used as a conservation tool, or why should not it be? Thank you. My introduction to the firefly begins from my reading of Faber's Book of Insects that talks beautifully about fireflies as a very famous insect because of the lanterns present in the tail region. But the book also says that fireflies are better known for the kind of the evolutionary advantages they have by intriguing the other sexes of other species and becoming the food items of some of the species. So these is some of the scientific and uniquely very significant contribution of Faber's writing to me, but I have never ventured out and studied this particular wonderful insects. But in recent time, my work as an entomologist and in the field of edible insect practice, which we call as entomophagy, while working in the wetlands, I happen to hear a lot of story from many of the local populations and the kind of this feeling of sadness when they remember the fireflies and when they do not find the fireflies now in many of the localities. This is the reason where I have been working. This is India, and the state Manipur is in the northeastern region of India, and the district called Katsing district is the place where I have been working, finding out the edible insect, the ecology of the edible insects. This particular place has a unique significance in terms of the insects and the life over there. If we go to the legends and folklores, this is the landscape where local has been exploiting or sustainably using to find not only the fishes to consume, but also many of the edible insects. Many of the folk song, many of the political connections between the neighboring countries happen in this valley state. One of the very interesting story that is very much there in this particular wetland is about the Kamba and Phoebe siren. This is one of the important legend in this particular story. Our hero, that is Kamba, is is supposed to be killed by his enemies, or including the father of the woman he was fallen in love. And he was brutally tortured. And in one night, he was found to be so ill and so weak. The interesting part of the story is, while seeing the Khamba, some of the elders saved him, and while saving him, it is said that Khamba's soul was brought to his body, and the soul came in the form of the fireflies. And that particular story has really made me so interested in finding out whether can we use insects, especially the fireflies, which is so positionally embedded in a particular ecosystem, as a means to celebrate the place, as a means to celebrate the insect, and also as a means to celebrate the popularity and importance of the sentient creatures that surround us. So in this particular point, a very interesting statement is found to be written as Nongyai, that is the other name of this hero. Soul as a firefly entered and stayed clasping at the doorspot. The soul has stayed inside his body, and he resurrected to his new life. It's a wonderful story that can be always used as a beginning to celebrate this ecosystem and the insects which have dwindled to a large extent in recent time. And many of the locals in this particular area are never failed to share that the insect is no longer visible now. It's a very, very sad story. Sorry?
April, March 29th.
Okay.
March 29th ಇಂದು ಮಾತ್ರ ಒಂದು second.
This is the landscape, the pictures that I was showing to you in the earlier, where the ladies were fishing with the help of the locally made traps, and the livelihoods were, and the stories were formed. This is the landscape now. If you happen to look at this particular wetland, if you happen to see the map of this particular place of 1972, it was totally flooded with water. But the local populations in this particular area is slowly draining the water. And by draining the water, the area that we see today is no longer a full-fledged wetland, but a multi-use landscape. Even then, whenever opportunity arises, people get a lot of livelihood, and there is a lot of beautiful stories about insects like fireflies, which is doing to a great extent. Sorry. This is one particular area of this landscape. If you happen to see this particular pictures, you see two hills, but this happened to be only one hill. Very sadly, you can see the canal running right across in between this particular two hillock is all made by the local population. They cut this particular hill and then drain the water from this wetland, and this particular wetland become dry for paddy cultivations. Along with this particular process, gone are many of the creatures, including the fireflies. So when we overlap the story of the cutting of the hills and draining of this water body, the story of the loss of many of the insects, including the fireflies, and many of the stories associated with are gradually lost from our common narratives. This again is one of the pictures, and one of the chat that I see in this particular discussion today is insecticides might have played a great role in the loss of the number of population of these insects. Definitely true. If we happen to look at this particular place, the beautifully orange colored grasses are not because of the natural color. It is a kind of the spray of the insecticide in this particular region that has resulted into this particular kind of a color. Along with this particular change in the color, the local woman who collect the insects in this particular area is complaining about the loss of the different diverse insects, including the loss of the magical lanterns called the fireflies. Now, in the end of this particular discussions, what I want to put in front of every one of us is the opportunities for tourism to provide biocultural conservation experiences and outcome. When we talk about the conservation of the insects, conservation of the animals and the plants of a particular area, we cannot give the local story distantly away. As we already know that charity begins at home, if the local stories and the local voices are listened, the local stories are told, it will be one of the first priorities to make aware of the place and conserve the habitats. Is there a possibility for location-specific biocultural resources-based adaptive strategy to enhance well-being of all? And my answer would be definitely yes, because in many of the places, especially the biodiversity hotspots of the country, which is mainly dominated by the local populations, which are poor, but very rich in terms of culture, in terms of the diversity in languages, in terms of the diversity in the food habits. Many of this particular local population, the diversity has to be maintained, the diversity has to be protected and appreciated. The conservation of the biological diversity is one of the prime importance. Culturally conscious programs for conservation of biodiversity should be paying a lot more interest and should be appreciated. These are three of the propositions that I would wish to share to the audience as far as my idea, as far as my concern of the insect, especially the fireflies, is concerned. The fireflies may not be very important in the cultural, especially the food habits of the local region, but fireflies happen to be found in every story. But the problem is, in the last 20 or 30 years, these fireflies are showing their glaring absence in our local biological diversity value. In this particular pictures, the brothers and sisters are playing with the help of the Dhatura flower. Dhatura flowers, petals are packaging few of the fireflies inside, and people used to play making it as a lantern. In one of my interview with the local people, he said that 60 years ago, in this particular landscape that I have been walking, the fireflies are collected during this particular time of the year, and 50, 60 of the fireflies can be easily caught in few minutes time, and they are packaged in the Dhatura flower petals. And these petals are closed and it acts like a lantern. If we are taking care about our stories, it will surely be responsible for taking care of the habitats of the insects like fireflies, and they will surely come very, very shortly with the kind of promises that we are sharing today, that this particular story will become alive again, and the Dhatura leaves, Dhatura petals will be blessed with the luminescent light of the fireflies. That's the end of my presentations. Thank you for listening. And I have been so happy to learn so many things from the experts that have shared their ideas before me. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Ojit, for your talk on biodiversity, then the communities, especially indigenous communities, and the cultural values. Okay, and it's very interesting to see how this Dhatura lamp have been used from times immemorial, and how the youngsters enjoy this kind of fun with the Dhatura leaves and the fireflies. Any questions from the participants, please, to Dr. Ojit? Any questions to Dr. Ojit from any participants? Okay, if there are no more questions to him, we thank you very much, Dr. Ojit, for telling us something about the fireflies from Manipur, and we hope you will continue to have interest on fireflies and the indigenous biodiversity.
Yes,
now,
sir.
the next speaker is, yeah, thank you so much. Next is Mr. Amlan Jyoti Barua. He is from Assam, and he happens to be the student of Professor Gohain Barua, who is one of the specialists on the firefly bioluminescence. And he is a PhD student from Guwahati University, Assam, and he has published papers in optic, that is light from the firefly Luciola pursuta at very low temperatures. So thank you very much, Amlan, for sparing some time to be here with us and tell us what you are doing about firefly bioluminescence. So Mr. Amlan Jyoti Barua, please.
Thank you, sir. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Okay. So let me share my slides.
Yes.
Are you able to see my slides in full screen?
Yeah, I think, yeah, you just, share, you can share one of them.
Okay, sir.
Mm,
Is it visible?
No, not yet.
Not visible.
Yeah, we are not able to see your screen.
Is it coming right now? Slides?
No.
Okay.
ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಅವ್ನು ಗೊತ್ತಾಗ್ತದೆ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಾ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿ
Now it is visible.
Yeah, now it's visible. Yeah,
Okay.
now it's visible.
Thank you, sir.
Yes.
So today I am going to give a small presentation on this topic, emission spectra from the firefly species Asymmetricata circumdata. There are actually 4 species found in our Guwahati University campus, and right now I am working on Asymmetricata circumdata. And in my past work, which mentioned by you, in Optic Journal, I recently have a paper on Luciola plusta, that means on we worked on temperature changing and how it affects the phase pattern as well as the wavelength of the peak. I actually working on this topic, and I am being supervised by Professor Onur Buhai Barua sir, and he is a professor in Guwahati University Physics Department. Now, first of all, before going to talk about what is firefly light emission reactions, I would like to talk about what is actually luminescence, because we talked that the process in which firefly give light is known as bioluminescence. But the luminescence word is there, and this is the process in which a molecule or an atom, when it gets excited by absorbing energy from another external source, it actually goes to some higher levels of energy, and after some time they actually becomes again to the ground state, and by emitting the previously absorbed energy in terms of light, and this is known as luminescence. And depending on the source of the external energy, we actually classify luminescence in some parts. If the energy was gained by some heating process, then it is known as thermoluminescence. If the molecules or atoms absorb energy from a chemical reaction and it goes to higher level, and after that it gives light, and it is known as chemiluminescence. And photoluminescence also there, where some atoms or molecules get energy from a higher frequency light, and after some time it actually gives back the extra light in terms of lower frequency light, and it is known as photoluminescence. But in case of fireflies, a chemical reaction takes place in the abdomen of this firefly, and this reaction is shown in this here. This reaction involves a molecule, D-luciferin, and here another enzyme is there, luciferase, which helps in the combination of this luciferin with oxygen and becomes oxyluciferin. And this oxyluciferin molecule is actually in excited states, and when it comes back after some time to its ground state, it actually gives us the light which we see as a yellow light. And we physics people are interested with this reaction because its efficiency is quite high. Its efficiency is approximately 41% efficient, and that is why we actually work in search of some models such that we can produce in someday some source of energy, source of light, such to overcome the high energy demand of this exploding population of our world. Am I audible? Hello? Hello.
Yes, you are audible.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now, from the last few decades, there are so many works are going on, and in two ways. First one is in vitro, when some chemical people actually generate some analog to luciferin molecule, and they work some experiments. And in vivo case, we actually work in the living state. We do not kill the firefly, or we never extract the luciferin, because we actually concerned about its decreasing population nowadays, because due to some external factors such as the overuse of some chemicals in the paddy fields or whatever, or the artificial lights. Due to all of these things, the number of fireflies is actually decreasing. So we are not killing any fireflies in our experiments. We only take some specimen and we do work, and again we make them free to its natural habitat. And our studies actually involve two types of study. One is steady state, where we actually measure the wavelength versus its intensity. That means we call the peak position. We can calculate the peak position at which the light is coming out at a high intensity. And the second one is time resolved study. That means we actually measure the pulse duration. That means for how many times it is giving the pulse. And because if we look at the firefly pattern, it just gives some light, and for a little bit time it becomes dark, and we again give light, and on off. This type of on-off pattern is there. And so we do some time resolved study. That means for how much time it is actually giving us light, we actually measure this one. And though we see the light as a yellow, but it is a combination of three colors. The red one is there, and the yellow one is there, and green one is there. These three colors actually mixed, and to output is a yellow light. Now, in our Guwahati University, actually 4 fireflies are there, which were identified by Leslie Valentine Madam. And the first one is Luciola plusta, which has the highest population in our campus, and its peak position is attained at 562 nanometer. And the second one is Asymmetricata circumdata, which was earlier in 2015 reported that its peak position was attained at 570 nanometer. And recently 2 specimens were observed, and their peak positions were given here. For diaphane species, it was at about 548 nanometer, and for Sclerotia substrata, it was found at 558 nanometer. And this is the observations of the steady state observations. And the second one is from, actually we do some temperature sense in our laboratory to check if this peak position of this pattern, peak wavelength pattern, changes with temperature or not. And we found for Sclerotia substrata that when we decrease the temperature to approximately 92 below, then their peak position shift to blue side. And if we increase the temperature up to 34 degrees centigrade, then their wavelength shifted to red side. And actually this shifting happens because due to this temperature sense, the structure of the enzyme, which is known as luciferase in case of fireflies, changes its structure, and it is actually not good for the firefly to sustain. And for the second species, diaphanes, the thermal denaturation temperature was found at 28 degrees centigrade. That means diaphanes firefly cannot feel it very good to live up before at higher temperature than 28 degrees centigrade. And in case of Luciola prusta, the higher temperature was 41.5 degrees centigrade. That means it cannot live above this 41.5 degrees centigrade. And but in case of cooling, we found 2 different temperatures for males and females. We found that for males, they can actually tolerate up to a very low temperature, 11.5 degrees centigrade to 11 degrees centigrade. And but in case of females, they cannot tolerate such low temperature. They actually can tolerate 16.5 to 15 degrees centigrade. And that is why in our locality, we actually see that the females disappears 1 or 2 months earlier. When the winter is coming, the females disappear 1 month earlier, and the males can sustain can be found up to November, mid-November. And so that means this temperature is actually a key factor up to which season the fireflies will be found or not. And also at which time it will appear after the sunset. Now, the recent work, actually, I'm going to talk that on Fireflies. Asymmetric circumdata, this species is the asymmetric circumdata, which is a black species, actually. And this is the main Firefly right now I'm doing work. And the instruments I work to calculate the wavelength is, the main part is the HR 4000 spectrometer. And we have to connect it with a computer and having a SpectraSuite software. And to measure the pulse duration, actually, we use DSO and a PMT. That means a photomultiplier tube, because the light is have some photons, and we have to convert it some electrical equivalent such that we can see the whole pulse in terms of electrical signal in a DSO. And we actually measure the temperature using IC known as LM35, and we have connecting to a multimeter. And this is the whole setup to which we use to measure the steady state. That means to calculate the wavelength. And here at this, you can see that there is I have written that sellotape fixed Firefly. That means there is a sellotape. We have to fix the Firefly using cotton and sellotape. And nearby, I have put the LM35 IC and connected to this multimeter. It is showing 22 degrees centigrade actually. And here is the air conditioner, and there is a curved reflector such that we can collimate the whole wind to the place of that Firefly to decrease its temperature. And here is the black box, is the HR 4000 spectrometer, and it is showing a spectra in the laptop. And the peak position can be calculated by that SpectraSuite. For the second case, when we actually calculate the pulse, that means the time period of the pulse, we use this white, the box is known as DSO, and another is same, because the PMT is there, the small box, the black box is the PMT, and it should be powered up by some instrument, and the multimeter again is used to calculate the temperature. Now, in case of asymmetric circumdata, I have seen that at the same constant temperature, at room temperature, their peak position is not same. I am using only males of the asymmetric circumdata, and I have seen that their peak position actually changes specimen to specimen. I am showing for 3 different specimens. The first one is I am showing at 570. Actually, this data was taken 2 years back. At that time, I found that this was 570 nanometer, but in these 3 years, actually continuously, I am taking observations on this wavelength, and I am seeing that it is not constant at 570 nanometer. It sometimes gives us 565 nanometer. Sometimes, actually, the minimum value is 563 nanometer, and the maximum value is 570 nanometer. That means in earlier, we shown that for other specimens, the peak position was quite fixed at a certain single value. But in this case, in this asymmetric circumdata, I am not getting a single value for this peak position, and therefore I can conclude that because actually the peak position actually is the main reason that depend on the structure of the luciferase, which is the enzyme associated with the light emitting system. But in this asymmetric circumdata, since it is giving us 3 different at a range, the peak position is not a fixed one, it is a range. We can conclude that in this case of asymmetric circumdata, the structure of luciferase actually not same for all the specimen. They changes specimen to specimen, and this is the reason why we are getting a range of the peak position. And further, actually, since I'm doing it for 3 continuous years, I think that the other Fireflies should be again rechecked if their peak position are fixed, were fixed, or were miscalculated. And this is the end of my lecture. Thank you. Hello.
Okay. Any questions? Yeah, I think there is one question for you, Mr. Amlan.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. That is from Prita Ghosh, is it? Yeah. At which season the male firefly can emit the light of about 570 nm? That's the peak. At which season?
Actually, when they are available, actually no fixed season was there. Some specimen to specimen, actually in all seasons the variations was there. Actually, not a particular season I got 570. It is not so not good like that. Actually.
Okay. Okay. So thank you very much. So one more question is there for you.
Yes.
That is no questions. At which season is there? And then that is again by Prita Ghosh. She says it's a very interesting study. And why we see only the yellow one? So
yes, they actually mixed up inside the abdomen, and that they come out through a uric acid granules is there. So they comes out and they combine in like in our small studies when we were in class 7 or there. Actually, see that the white color is a mixture of 7 colors. Similarly here, the 3 color actually combine to give a yellow one.
I see. There's one question for you from Samrat. To naked eye, can the flashing pattern be grouped into categories for the fireflies in Northeast India?
Actually, yes. In case of Luciola prusta and asymmetric circumdata, when we since I am working continuously 3 years, right now I have some capacity that I can distant firefly can be identified by looking at its flashing pattern. Actually, there is a small difference in the pattern.
Okay. So thank you so much, Amlan Jyoti Bora. Okay, yes, and be in touch and continue doing good work. Okay,
yes, sir. Thank you.
So wish you all the best. Have a nice time. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, we move on to the next presentation. It is from Dr. Anna Walker. She is the Species Survival Officer for Invertebrates at the New Mexico Biopark Society. She works in partnership with the Species Survival Commission of the IUCN to build the red listing capacity for invertebrates and the other specialist groups. She has written conservation status assessments for bees, butterflies, and fireflies. She is also the project manager for the Firefly Specialist Group. In this role, she is responsible for working with regional partners to facilitate conservation status assessments for fireflies around the globe. Ms. Anna Walker is busy in the field, so she has sent the video with her audio. So just let us see her presentation, and if there are any questions, definitely she will be glad to answer. Ms. Anna Walker. Your audio.
Today, my name is Anna Walker. I'm the species survival coordinator. So, I want to thank the Environment Management and Galaxy Research Institute in Bangalore, as well as the organizers of this webinar for inviting me to speak with you today. I'm sorry I could not make it live. I'm currently attending the conference, but if you have any questions about my presentation or you want to get in touch about my specialist group or the red list of threatened species, you can find my email here at the bottom of the slide. Or feel free to reach out with any questions. And for the next few minutes, I will be talking about firefly conservation and how the IUCN red list of species can be used as a tool for conservation. Before I jump into the more exciting stuff, I just want to tell you a little bit about my job. So we're based aquarium in which is Western United States. And with the center, we work in partnership with the Survival Commission of the IUCN. For those of you who don't know, the IUCN is the International Conservation of Nature, and I'll tell you about the FSC and the IUCN a little bit more just a minute. The center, our main role is to build resisting capacity for several target sector groups. I focus specifically on invertebrates, so I work with Firefly specialist group, butterfly and moth specialist group, as well as the wild bee specialist group. There are a handful of other survival like ours scattered around the globe, and they support the IUCN Survival Commission in different ways. And so just to add a little bit of context, the IUCN is one of the world's oldest and largest international conservation organizations. It was formed back in 1948, and it's made up of thousands of people. So that includes states and government agencies as well as nonprofit organizations. It has 1,004 staff located around the world, and then apart from that, there are thousands of scientists and experts that inform the work of 57 commissions that those commissions kind of collectively work together to save species. So one of these 7 commissions that I mentioned already is the Survival Commission. It's the largest IUCN commission, and it is a network of more than 8,500 volunteer species experts from 186 countries. And the FSC focuses basically on conservation. One of the ways that they do that is through the red list of species. These thousands of experts that are part of the FSC, they're usually organized into active-focused specialist groups, like the Firefly specialist groups. There are now national specialist groups as well as teams of specialists, teams of specialists. So a little bit more about the red list. It is one of several tools compiled and managed by the IUCN to measure status biodiversity. And there's kind of 3 main goals. The first is to provide information and analyses on the status, trends, and threats of species in order to inform and catalyze action for biodiversity.
Anna, sorry, just 1 second.
Establish a baseline from which changes. So are we seeing larger numbers of species threatened with extinction, or are we doing a good job conserving species and we're seeing less species threatened with extinction? And then the third main goal is to provide a global context for the establishment of conservation priorities at a local level. And the red list is compiled of thousands of conservation status assessments for species around the globe. And each of these assessments is going to tell us basically the likelihood of a species becoming extinct in the near future, given what we currently know about population trends, range, and recent current or projected threats. And the conservation status of species is assessed through the use of 5 quantitative criteria. So the process is standardized, it's designed to be very objective, and it's data-driven. And each of the criteria are based on standard biological factors that are related to extinction risk. So things like rate of population decline, population size, area of geographic distribution, as well as the degree of fragmentation within that geographic distribution, and then threat pressure is considered as well. So the red list takes all of these factors into account to produce a red list category, and the categories range from extinct and extinct in the wild. Then we've got 3 threatened categories: critically endangered, endangered, and vulnerable. And then we move to near threatened for species that could become threatened with extinction very soon if certain things change. And then least concern, which are species that are lowest priority for conservation currently. We also have data deficient species, which are species that we just don't have enough information on to know whether or not they might be threatened with extinction. So why is it helpful to evaluate the conservation status of species? The Species Survival Commission summarizes conservation work into these three main steps: assess, plan, and act. And this assess, plan, act framework is referred to as the APA cycle for species conservation. So assessments are generally done first, though really you can enter this cycle at any step, but assessments can help us figure out what is in need of conservation attention, and they can help us understand where species are threatened, what they might be threatened by, so then we can prioritize actions from there. So after species have been assessed, we then have all the basic information we need to bring the relevant stakeholders together and sit down and create inclusive science-based conservation plans, which are then carried out to hopefully reverse negative trends that we're seeing. And once those conservation actions have been carried out, we can then measure the success of those efforts, and the cycle repeats. So we'll reevaluate the status of the species and plan and act accordingly from there. So as I mentioned, my role at the Center for Species Survival is to facilitate this APA cycle for various insect specialist groups. And I primarily do this by supporting specialist groups with that first component of the cycle, assessment. Back in 2019, I was approached by the Firefly specialist group to help with initial assessments for firefly species of North America. And through that project, my interest in fireflies and my knowledge of fireflies has grown substantially. I'm now the Red List project manager with the Firefly specialist group. So this just means I help get Red List projects off the ground. I do things like deliver Red List trainings and then facilitate the Red Listing process, working with experts from around the world who want to assess the conservation status of the species that they work on. So in the context of fireflies, why do we need tools like the IUCN Red List? And as many of you probably know, like many plant, animal, and fungal species, fireflies appear to be facing many challenges, mostly due to the impacts of human activity on ecosystems. Overall, monitoring studies that provide really concrete quantitative data on population trends are missing for a lot of firefly species, but anecdotal reports from the general public as well as expert opinions suggest both that the abundance of fireflies is declining across the globe, and then the occurrence of fireflies at sites has decreased in recent decades as well. In a 2020 paper by Lewis et al., a group of firefly researchers from around the world surveyed their colleagues, so other firefly experts across the globe, about what the main perceived threats were to firefly populations. And habitat loss, light pollution, and pesticide use were identified as kind of the main threats. So we are concerned that many fireflies across the globe are in decline, but with over 2,000 species of fireflies and new species being described each year, how do we even know where to begin to start addressing these declines? And that's where the IUCN Red List comes in. So again, each Red List assessment is not just a threat category. There is supporting information with each status assessment to back up why the species qualifies for a certain threat category. So when we're assessing the status of a species, we do a really deep dive into the scientific literature, and we try and extract as much expert knowledge about species as we possibly can as well. And then we compile all of that information, everything we know about a species. So where is it found? Are the populations small or large? Are they declining? What do we know about the habitat requirements and the ecology of the species? What are the threats impacting the species? What conservation measures are taking place for the species already, or even its habitats?
And then what additional research is required? What don't we know about the species that we need to better understand to determine whether or not conservation action is necessary? And to sort of illustrate this process and how it can be helpful, I'll run through an example of an assessment project we carried out on fireflies of the United States and Canada. So I worked closely with the Firefly Specialist Group as well as the Versi Society for Invertebrate Conservation, which is an invertebrate conservation nonprofit based here in the United States. And we started by compiling a list of species, and we looked at all of the published and unpublished information we could find on those species. And then we assessed each of those species against the IUCN Red List categories and criteria, which you can see here on the right of my slide. And then the assessments that we wrote were reviewed by experts because we were not species experts ourselves. Although in a lot of cases, Red List assessments are just written by the people who are experts on the species to begin with. And we submitted them to the Red List unit for publication. So this little graphic, this represents all of the species that we assessed. We assessed 132 total, which is the majority of firefly species found in the United States and Canada, and although not all. And we found that about 14% of them were threatened with extinction. So the threatened species are the red, orange, and yellow ones here. So we had one species that was critically endangered, I think 8 that were vulnerable and 10 that were considered endangered. So through this process, we identified which species are most likely to go extinct in the near future. On the left side here, we had about a third of our species were least concern, so they are not currently priorities for conservation action, although it's still prudent to keep an eye on them. And then on the right here, all of these blue species, there were 73, they were our data deficient species. So these are the species we just don't know enough about to determine whether or not they might be threatened with extinction. So where do we go from here? So we can look now at where those threatened species are found so that we know where to focus our conservation actions and where conservation actions might help multiple species of fireflies that maybe are in the same region or share the same habitats. And in this case, we had a large number of threatened fireflies in both Florida and Delaware, partly because that's where firefly diversity is quite high. But we've started targeting these regions to look at what we can do to address threats for some of these threatened species. We can also look at where we know the least about our firefly species, so where we have the highest percentage of data deficient species. And again, this can help us figure out where to focus additional research efforts. And we have started trying to do a lot more survey and inventory work, especially in the Western United States as well as Florida. These are some of the regions we've identified as needing additional research. And then hopefully over the next few years, as we continue to collect more data on where these firefly species are found, what kind of condition their habitats are in, and whether they might be declining, when we reassess the species, which happens on the red list, ideally every 5 to 10 years, hopefully we'll have a much lower data deficiency rate and we'll have a better idea of what's going on with the majority of our firefly species. And we can also look at what our most common threats are. So in this case, light pollution is thought to be a threat to almost 2/3 of our firefly species. So now we know that this is a threat that needs to be addressed on a really large scale, and we can start thinking about addressing that. And if we are successful in addressing a large scale threat like light pollution, then we'll effectively be helping 60% of our firefly species with one series of actions. So in summary, our results have made it clear that additional conservation actions are needed for fireflies in the US and Canada. Again, I worked closely with the Xerces Society for Invertebrate Conservation on this assessment project, and they are leading all of the conservation efforts for North American fireflies going forward. So what are some of the next steps? First, we've been looking at how to protect those species that we identified as threatened, reaching out to state and federal wildlife agencies to figure out how we might be able to get them to protect the species either legally or just through any habitat restoration work they happen to be doing already. So that's one action we have been taking. And then because habitat loss is a key threat to fireflies, we're starting to identify important habitats, and we want to start working towards preserving and restoring those habitats, both for our threatened firefly species, but for firefly species generally. Like I mentioned, we've started some concerted survey and monitoring efforts to try and better understand some of our data deficient fireflies. But a lot of our threatened we have data gaps for a lot of our threatened firefly species as well. So we're finding that when we do start trying to identify additional sites where these threatened fireflies might be found, we are finding additional habitats and sites. So this is really great news. And that can help us kind of think about which of these sites are most important for these threatened fireflies, and also help us get a better idea of what's going on with the species that we so far have we know little about. So again, filling those data gaps. And then lastly, effective science communication can play a really important role in conservation, everything from garnering public support and attracting funding to driving policy changes and promoting informed decision making. And this, this can be anything like the light pollution issue that I brought up earlier. If we can help set up lighting ordinances in different parts of our cities or states or country, that can be make a huge difference. So what is next for the Firefly Specialist Group? Beyond North America, there are ongoing red listing projects in different parts of the world. We have projects in Mexico, in Europe, and in Southeast Asia, hopefully with new species status assessments being published on the red list sometime soon. And then we're also starting work on assessments in both Israel and possibly Australia soon as well. So if you happen to be from a part of the world where there's no blue on the map and you're interested in getting involved in writing red list assessments for fireflies, maybe you're a firefly expert, maybe you're a student, anybody can be involved, please reach out to me, and I can get you set up with the information you need as well as appropriate trainings, and you can help contribute to this process if you're interested. So again, my contact is anna@bioparksociety.org. Feel free to reach out with any questions, or if you just want to get in touch, I'd love to hear from you. And thank you again for listening to me and inviting me to talk at this webinar today. Hope you enjoy the rest of the presentations. Thanks.
Yeah. So that's the video we could see from Dr. Anna Walker. And if you have any questions, you can just raise them here. We can pass on, or you can directly be in touch with her through the mail. So any questions to Dr. Anna Walker participants?
Sir, I have one question. Can I ask?
Yeah, please.
Hi, Anna. I'm Ranjini. Thank you for the presentation. I just have a general question regarding the IUCN categories themselves. Like it looks like the IUCN categories are like distinct categories, right? But species are always kind of moving in and out of these categories. Like even if you say some of them are least concerned, do we have some way to understand who of those species are likely to move into the threatened categories in the future and things like that? Is there a general way of understanding that movement in this spectrum is what I wanted to ask.
We will this one send this question of yours, Ranjini, and we will get the answer, and she can directly, and you can also leave your email with us. Okay, so that you can be directly in touch with Dr. Anawaka. Any other questions? Yeah, Madam, this Professor Leslie Valentine, would you like to answer this? Madam Leslie Valentine, would you like to answer Ranjini's question? No. Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry,
yeah.
Dr. Chakravarti, can you repeat the question, please?
Now, Miss Ranjini Swaminathan has a question about the IUCN categories, because she says that one species belonging to one category may not be constant, so it may change, and we may also predict that one species may slip from one category to another. Is there a way to do this?
Oh no, I'm sorry, you are asking the wrong person here, but I think the important thing, all we're trying to do at the moment is to get enough information so that we can categorize them. But as for moving from one category to another, once it gets on the red list, then you have other things available to you to enable you to be able to fight for conservation of that species, and that's the important thing. But as for the categories, no, sorry, I can't answer.
Okay, yeah. Any other questions to Dr. Anawalkar? Any other? Yeah. So if there are no questions, then we'll move on to the next speaker. That will be the last speaker as far as pre-lunch is concerned. He is Dr. Sheikh Mohammed. He is working as Associate Professor in Department of Zoology, Kannur University. And Professor Sheikh Mohammed has 17 years of experience in the Department of Entomology, and also he is interested in macro and micro reproductive of Western Ghats. He has done a lot of work on butterflies, and he is also very much interested in popularizing science. So, Dr. Sheikh Mohammed, please.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Can I share my presentation?
Please, please.
It is visible? Whether it is visible? Hello?
No, yeah, it's not visible. Yeah,
But
you please share.
no, I have already shared and
No, it's not visible.
okay.
Sir, your screen is visible. You are visible, but your presentation is not visible.
Yeah, audio is not there.
Audio is there?
Yes, sir. Audio and video is there, but you can't. You are not presenting. We can't see your
Okay, okay.
presentation. Just share.
Tell him to click on the share screen and what you want to share. Tell him to how to share that screen. I think now
Now it is okay. Okay. Can you able to see the hello?
Hello, sir. We can't see your presentation. You are visible. Hello. Hello, Dr. Samsudin. Could you hear me?
Hello.
Hello.
Sir, can you share, please? Are you facing any problem? Can we direct you?
Can I send through WhatsApp like that?
Yes, you can. You just send me and I will present from here.
Okay, okay.
Don't.
So I have shared in Firefly India group. Hello. Yeah. Now it's okay now.
Yes, please, sir.
Yeah. Thank you. Sorry for the interruption. And my topic of presentation is a distribution of fireflies in Kerala,
Sir,
Western
unmute
Ghats.
yourself.
Yeah, now it's okay now. Can you hear?
Yes, sir.
It's not audible.
Yes, sir.
I think everyone can hear. It's okay now?
Yes, sir. Please go ahead.
Okay. So it's an attempt to find the distribution of fireflies in Kerala, Western Ghats using some kind of models, that is Maxen and GPS Essential, to find the distribution of these fireflies. Next slide. So fireflies, as you know, it's an important group. It's a nocturnal insects having their habitat in aquatic as well as both the terrestrial forms. And their number are decreasing as far as this Western Ghats parts is concerned. And the conservation of our environment is an important phenomenon, which include integration of different kind of government scientists and local community in the form of citizen science supports. So citizen science support is very important to conserve the species as a whole. And I have taken fireflies as a model taxa in this conservation aspects. Next slide. So on such a role played by the different kind of organism, these geographical information system is coming into important role to find the distribution of this species. So integration of GIS and geographic positioning system is successfully used to find the distribution of these animal species. So advanced mapping software allow us to model the distribution of a particular species by knowing their environmental characteristics of different kind of localities, and also to predict and generate species distribution using ecological niche and environmental models. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So GPS Essential, the methodology is nothing but a GPS Essential is an application which we have used for species distribution modeling, and a different waypoint have been collected from a different area using Google Maps. And addition to that, information is gathered using geographical coordinates by filling the Google forms and distributing the Google forms in different area or a different part of the Kerala, in colleges, in institutions, as well as to the NGOs. And from the data which we have acquired from the form, Google form, we have also added some of the point location to make a kind of models. So some of the ecological important tools we have used, like maximum entropy and Diva GIS, for mapping and analyzing the data set. So the data set which we have got is primary, as well as the data set from different kind of institutions and different kind of colleges and different kind of organizations. So this is the GPS models which we have used to track the data in the region called Wayanad in Kerala part of Western Ghats. So we have got nearly 60 survey point in the Wayanad region. In addition to that, we got different points from Kerala by the support of secondary set of data in Google form. Next slides. So GPS essential is a way of getting different kind of coordinates. So the distribution pattern of fireflies was analyzed with respect to altitude, slope, vegetation, and anthropogenic distribution. So altitude and slope values were taken as a survey point and extracted from a model called DEM, Digital Elevation Model, called using Maxent models. Next slide. So by that, we got some prediction variables for Maxent using some of the bioclimatic variable, which is already inbuilt in the Maxent models. There are 19 variables with the Maxent bioclimatic variables, and we got some of the land cover variables by Moody's data, and also the topographical 3 variables like altitude, slope, and aspect we got from World Climatic Data Source. And by that, we tried to find the distribution pattern of these kind of organisms. Next slide. So the presence data algorithm, which gives the species which is present but not detected, that is a false absence. The habitat is suitable, but the species is not yet to be found, that is false absent. The habitat is actually not suitable, which is a true absence. Based on this criteria, the map has been drawn. And how the map work, next slide. We can click next, so that these are the variables we have taken into account in the map. Bioclimatic variables, land cover variables, and the topographic variables we have taken. And the present with the present data, we run in Maxent model, and we got a kind of predicted distribution map of the fireflies. So this is the predicted distribution map of the fireflies, which shows the distribution of the fireflies in different region of Kerala, as well as the part of the Tamil Nadu area. Next slide. So this is our conclusion, which says that nearly 50%, 56% of area is not covered with these fireflies, and medium. So nearly 26% of area, we can see mere amount of fireflies, and some of the 16% of the area in the Kerala part of Western Ghats, we can see good congregation and good populations of fireflies. So that is the end of my presentations. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Sheikh Mohammed. Any questions for the speaker, please? Yeah, it is regarding the distribution maps and how GPS and DCM can be used to determine the distribution of fireflies in Kerala and part of Tamil Nadu. So thank you very much, Dr. Sheikh Mohammed. Let's see if anyone has any questions or queries.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Yeah.
So it's our preliminary survey, and we are going for additional data, in the sense we are going for additional points. If you're getting additional points of survey points, then we can come with modeling,
Model.
and we can come with the additional datas.
Yeah. So can we make any prediction regarding the occurrence of fireflies using this model?
Yeah,
Dr.
that only I have concluded with the presence data. Nearly 60% area is not good, not suitable or not suitable for fireflies, in the sense this has been, the land use pattern has been changed and the habitat destruction has been happened. And 26%, of course, we can see mere amount of population of fireflies, and 16% only we can see good amount of fireflies, and 16% of area is suitable for firefly occurrence in the Kerala part, as far as the predicted map is concerned.
Okay. Yeah. And is this work can be done during daytime also?
Daytime, in the sense it is daytime, it's not possible, in the sense we have to get the data point. If we can see in the wood rocks, and if we are seeing the larval forms and all, then we can come with the survey points. So this data is based on only the fireflies presence during the night time.
Night times.
Sir,
Any
one more
questions?
question.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
sir.
Yeah.
Sir, like, can we use some camera techniques to capture the fireflies and then do the analysis by using Python or ImageJ software?
Yeah, of course, in our Panchayat, in Edabaga Panchayat, which is in Wayanad region of Western Ghats, we have used drone to see all the vegetation. So once more, when if you are seeing the vegetation, this kind of lightning will be possibly the information we can think that it is a firefly. So by that we can come with some set of data. And of course, other than coordinates, we are getting different kind of variables from the models, which is called as a Maxent model. 19 different variables is purely available. The one lacuna, which as sir was pointing out, daytime data, in the sense we have to go to the field and we have to find the larval forms wherever it is available. And by that, we have to record the survey points.
Which is very much like difficult to find
Yeah,
fireflies.
it's not a difficult. It's not a difficult. We have to go for a survey. So the data which is presented only based on the survey in our area, that is Wayanad, and it is extended to the Kerala part by mapping. So a prediction map.
Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah. So,
okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, sir, for telling us about these things, and we can also try in part of Karnataka. Now, there's one.
I have one question.
Yeah.
Yeah, please.
So I just want to know how, what strategy you use to spread the Google Forms to all the NGOs, schools, and all of that you mentioned. Like, how did you select to whom you should send, and was it sent through email, or what was the strategy used to send the form?
No, we have a group in Kerala, faculties of zoology. Nearly 250 faculties are there. So that group faculties are very much interested in different groups. So things made me easy because I have shared the Google form to them, or I have given to the group. I have shared to the group, and I have communicated nearly different colleges and different teachers of that zoology department. So they have sent me the they have filled the form. By that I have I have got the coordinates in the Excel sheet. Nearly 200 coordinates I have got. In addition to that, we have taken nearly 30 to 40 survey points in the Wayanad region. So survey points where these kind of fireflies are present during the night time.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, there's one question from Ima Nanglang, and her question is the prediction always correct? And what is the effectiveness of the prediction, whether it is 60% or 80%?
More the coordinates, more the accuracy of the data. In the sense, we have to with the data, we have to go for some kind of analysis called as a receiver operator curve, where it analyze whether our data is sufficient enough in the form of regression model. As you all know, the regression model, which is very showing one, it is perfectly fit. And this thing, if you are getting nearly around 0 to 0.8 to 0.9 or near more than 0.8, our model, if it is okay, then our data is sufficient enough. So what I have done is I have not gone for model analysis of the tool. With the sufficient data, I have mapped the distribution. So when we are going with the microclimatic variables, the data may suppose the data may change to +5 or -5%. So the data which I have presented is based on the distribution or based on the coordinates. The data can be improved by statistical analysis so that I can say how much we can depend the data. Maybe when it is fit, when the model is fit to one, then the data is very much dependable.
Yeah, they're asking that how this one, do you address the inherent bias or errors associated with the citizen science data?
That only the data which I have got from the data or the coordinate set of points which I have got is from the faculties of the zoology. So they will be having a basic knowledge on the fireflies. Of course, the distribution they might be knowing. So I have not shared this data to the citizen science. If we have to make it popular among the citizen science and try to get data from them. So I don't think the data is the present data is not so biased because the data is shared only to the faculties.
Okay. So thank you very much, Dr. Sheikh Mohammed, for a very good presentation. And also we had a lot of questions that followed, and you could learn about this technique and see how effective and efficient it can be on the ground. Dear participants, we break for lunch and we will again see you at 2:30 p.m. That means we'll have a break of about half an hour. Have sumptuous.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hello. Hello.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. Hope you had some time for lunch and others for some other activities. And we are going to now begin the afternoon session. Hope you all enjoyed the forenoon session. We have with us Dr. Devamshu Gupta, and it's my pleasure to introduce him to the audience. Dr. Devamshu Gupta is in charge of the Coleoptera section, Zoological Survey of India, Kolkata. Dr. Gupta's expertise mainly rests on the taxonomic studies of beetles in the Indian subcontinent, including Daman, Diu, Dadra, and Nagar Haveli. He has over 12 years of experience in field collection, identification, presentation, and curation of museum specimens, especially the Coleoptera. Today, he has agreed to deliver a lecture on diversity of Coleoptera in the Himalayan, sub-Himalayan region with an overview of the family Lampyridae, on which very little is work being done so far. So, Dr. Gupta, we are very thankful to you for sparing your valuable time, despite your engagements so much. You have allowed some time for this webinar. Thank you very much. Dr. Devamshu Gupta. There. Okay, then we move on to the next speaker. Next speaker is Dr. Subramai Das. He's also from Kolkata, and Dr. Subramai Das is associate professor in zoology from Manisha Dal Ray College, West Bengal. He has 27 years of experience in zoology and various aspects. He has published 11 books and over 100 scientific papers in international and national journals. And he has developed interest and worked on fireflies. So we request Dr. Subramai Das to please make his presentation. Yes. Yes.
Hello.
Hello. Yeah,
Hello,
you are
yeah.
audible. Yeah, you are audible.
Please allow the screens here. Please allow me the screens here.
Yes, yes, please. Yeah, you allow him to share. Yeah.
Is it visible, my slide?
Yes, you can.
Yeah. Yes.
Now you can see it.
I think now you can share, sir.
Okay.
Yeah. We have allowed you now.
Yes. What am I screen mode? Okay.
Full screen.
Sir, can you put on full screen mode?
Hello. Is it visible?
Yes, it is visible. Just can you please put it on full screen mode?
Okay.
Correct, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Shubhamoy. I'm from West Bengal, Kolkata. In this nice occasions, today is the World Firefly Day. Actually, I am not at all a firefly specialist. I am just a simple ecologist. Just I am in this field only 3.5 years. So again, I pay my gratitude and my thanks, sincere thanks, to all the delegates and the organizers. So I am from Mohishadal Raj College. My topic is very simple. Food and yes, food choice and feeding of larvae of 2 firefly species, West Bengal. Food choice and feeding. Now, that's my research team. I, Shubhamoy, my student Shoma, and Vishak. Now, this is all about abstract. You can read from here. So, habitat destruction, the pesticide abuse, the loss of wetlands, and the firefly tourisms and urbanizations are mentioned by previous authors from the morning. So, are the major threats of the firefly, the world, loss of firefly, especially in the West Bengal. Day by day, especially West Bengal, the aquatic bodies are gradually vanishing, especially the permanent aquatic bodies are vanishing, and agricultural fields are vanishing, and agricultural fields are basically replaced by aquacultures. So, and this aquaculture is basically not perennial bodies, but only the seasonal aquatic bodies only for 2 to 3 months. As day by day, as the aquaculture spreads, so the site of egg laying and the site of larval habitat gradually destroyed. So, moreover, the ecology, detailed ecology, microecology, niche concept, niche overlapping, resource partitioning, all these are active, all these researches are basically nil. So, today, my target is the objectives. These objectives, the time selections and the biological rhythm of feeding behavior of two species, Absconditia and Sclerotia species. And that for the mode of capturing and handling prey, handling times of the prey, I studied. Time investment for feeding and speed of feeding, rate of feeding, amount of feeding. Just I work few little bit. I find out the different natural food items of two species of larvae from our locality. Impact of starvations, another important factor. Impact of starvation on the survivability and the life tables of the larvae of different instar of fireflies, two species. And finally, food choice among different species of snails and different conditions of food selections I studied. In the study area, I studied West Bengal and the Purva Medinipur district and few blocks in the Nondigram, Khejuri, Chandipur, Mahishadol, Mecheda, Nandakumar, and Pashkular. These are 7 blocks I studied. I collect the species and collect the food and perform my experiment. At first, we collect specimens from different blocks of Purva Medinipur and rear in the laboratory. They lay eggs. Hatchlings are there. For our study, I use instar 1 and instar 2 in the laboratory formed, but I collect 3rd, 4th instar from the field. I use different types of food for that purpose. Different types of snail species we use in the present study. This is the Fish acuta, limnia, acuminata, lutea, Phyla globosa, Endoplanoris, Segmentina, Gyrodulus, Bellamia, and different types of natural foods I use. Sure, I use limnia in different patterns. I gave the limnia the living conditions. I give the limnia flesh, the dead condition, but with shell. I provide fresh limnia without cell, semi-decomposed 1 day and 3 days decomposed food materials. I want to know what the actually food preference of these two species or larval species. So the methodology, very simple. Glass aquariums, I perform my studies. I release the prey and then release the predators. And by the scanning samples, I studied the food preference. So at first I collect that food measured in the laboratory, their dry weight, their wet weight, their correlations I measured, and I provide different types of larval forms and different combinations of food mollusca species. I carry this experiment in our college laboratory. Now comes the result. Very simple, and work is very simple. At first, the time of feeding, at the time of feeding of the larval instance of 2 species in the laboratory. I use Absconditia species and Sclerotia species. And the time hour from evening 6 to next day evening 6. These are every 2-hour gaps, 2nd, 3rd, 5th instar, and total average. How many larvae in this period, what percent of the larvae use the feeding in different times, the time schedules, the time budget. Is there any rhythms? Is there any biological clock of their feeding? Just I want to establish. So, Absconditia. So, at first, this is the Absconditia. When you get the Absconditia, their feeding time is especially at the early night. That means from 6 to 8 p.m. But after 8 p.m., irrespective of all larval forms, instead the 2nd, the 5th, or 4th, whatever, the rate of feeding decreases. When it comes to the Sclerotium, very interesting. Their feeding times starts basically 12 to 2 to 4, or 4 to 6 a.m. So, very interesting. Although these two species use same prey, but their niche feeding time is not overlap. So that's why the species can coexist. The very interesting model by means of which we can establish the resource partitioning. Resource partitioning, the time of feeding is very differs significantly. Time of feeding, irrespective of second, third, fifth, and whatever. The time of feeding, the sclerotia fed at the midnight and on the early morning, but abscondita mainly is fed in the early evening. So this is the nutshell. Now, again, when I represent these two data, although there are some few exceptions are there, still abscondita and sclerotia, one major feeding times is the evening and another is the midnight. Now, second aspect, how much time they invest per feeding per day? How much time? These two are the two species. How much time they invest for their feeding? Sclerotia and abscondita. Inster-wise, the feeding time varies. So when I consider the sclerotia, the first instar, and abscondita, first instar, abscondita use more time per day, near about 372 minutes, while the sclerotia 249 minutes per day. Second instar also varies. Fourth instar also varies. So these two species varies regarding investment time for their feeding purpose, instar-wise. So when daytime, nighttime, and totals. So this time investment for the feeding also varies. Now, time investment of feeding activity of different instar, the abscondita species, day and night, again, significantly the varies. Now, time investment of feeding activity of different instar, the abscondita, at daytime and nighttime, especially they're nocturnal. During daytimes, they're least bothered, least interest about feeding, but during nighttime, they use for their optimization for the feeding habit. Now, another one, to handle a specimen Limnia luteola, one palmonate snails, their most favorite food, Limnia luteola. And very interesting, this Limnia luteola and endoplanar bees, these are intermediate carriers of flatworms, intermediate carriers of different flatworms. So bilharziasis is there. So this Limnia luteola of 6 millimeter, 10 millimeter, and 15 millimeter size loops, the sclerotia and abscondita invest different time period to capture and to complete their eating event. So to kill one animal's their prey, it depends on the size of the larvae and size of the prey also. So when the size of the prey is 6 millimeter, sclerotia needs 49 minutes and abscondita near about needs 63 minutes. So abscondita needs more time irrespective of all sizes of the prey. Now, comparative study, the time required to consume a single cells, snail's limnia. So I discussed this when I compare sclerotia and abscondita. Sclerotia and abscondita needs more time. Now, another important factor, impact of starvation on survivability of the larvae of different instar of the firefly Sclerotia species. So when I use the Sclerotia species, this first instar larvae can't survive more than 6 days. But when we gave the third instar larvae, they survive 14 days. But interestingly, when the fifth instar larvae, they survive only 12 days. So although fifth instar larvae, they survive 12 days, third instar larvae without food survive 14 days, but first instar larvae, just after 3 days of hatching of the egg, they survive only 6 days. Another species, again, the life tables and the mortality, but interesting, the survivability of this Ascondita is less, very less than the Sclerotia species. In all cases, instar 1, instar 3, and instar 5. In all the cases, survivability against starvations is very less in case of Abscondita. So, these are the comparative account. Now, these are the comparative account of starvation observed. The first instar larvae, both species. Second instar now. This is the correlation between efficacy. Efficacy, another most important, just what done in our laboratory. The correlation between efficacy of feeding of different instars of different species of firefly larvae and size groups of the Limnia luteolum. I provide only single feed in this case. Only single food is the Limnia. But Limnia, I provide different size groups versus different instars of this. Now, they gave a very interesting result. When I gave Physa acuta, performance is very good. Endoplanar wish, how many endoplanar wish, and for the rate of feeding, consumption, dry weight, again I measured this, a dry weight per individuals per day, rate of consumptions, endoplanar wish, segmentina. Actually, this is the segmentina. I made my PhD work on this segmentina. I'm a malacologist. This segmentina as a food. Segmentina also intermediate host of flatworms. So segmentina, they can feed segmentina. Gyrulus, how much? But the rate of feeding of segmentina and gyrulus is very less because segmentina, there in the cells, the partitions are there. So they are sucker. They can't suck. They can consume perfectly very easily. But when I gave Bellamia and Pila, as they are the operculum is there, so their rate of feeding is very less or actually nil. But recently, a few paper published, I wondered that how is it possible? Months after month, year after year, I provide Bellamia and Pila. They never touch. But recently, in few papers, so that they consume, very, very, very high rate. So I can't understand how is it possible. In my laboratory, not a single Bellamia or Pila, I can feed them in the living conditions. They're operculate. So Gyrulus is there. Now, if I give snails, Limnia luteola, now, what will be the, if the size of the Limnia luteola or the snails are constant, then how the different larvae, different instar can predict. If the size of the prey is 10 millimeters, the rate of predations, 15 millimeters, rate of predations. So their correlation is very distinct correlations. Now, finally, the choice of food conditions and quality of Limnia luteola. At first, when I gave living Limnia, second, I gave dead Limnia, but very fresh. Third, dead Limnia, fresh, without cell. Now, semi-decomposed Limnia flesh, and finally, decomposed Limnia flesh. So, my experiment shows that when I provide decomposed Limnia flesh, the rate of consumption is very high, which is followed by dead fresh without cells, and very least the living Limnia. So, these are the findings regarding the choice of some food of Limnia luteola. Abscondita consume more food irrespective to all conditions of the food, while Sclerotia consumes more amount, Abscondita were the least amount. Now, Abscondita choose semi-decomposed food maximum irrespective of their all instar stages. The living snails with cells are selected least amount by all species. Sclerotia also shows same trends. Maximum, they shows maximum affinity to semi-decomposed and minimum to living snails with shell. There is a distinct gradations of the food choice of both Sclerotia and Absconditum. The maximum chosen by semi-decomposed, followed by dead snails without cells, followed by decomposed snails, followed by dead snails without cells, and finally very least amount live snail with cells. Other findings, Abscondita prefers Phaecia and Sclerotia prefers Limnia in most cases. Small size Abscondita larva prefers 5 mm Phaecia the best, whereas the 15 star prefers 15 mm Phaecia, the maximum amount. Cell size, small size Sclerotia larva prefers 5 mm Limnia, while the 15 star prefers 15 mm Limnia, the maximum amount. Bellamia and Pila, again I repeat, Bellamia and Pila were not selected at all due to presence of operculum. Gailas and Segmentina, these two species, mollusk species, were less preferred due to small size and the spiral cells, and Endoclonarbis were preferred moderately by all instances in both the cases. Regarding the Stuyvesant experiment, the difference between two species significantly differs. Sclerotia can survive more without food than Abscondita. Sclerotia survive maximum 12 days, whereas 7 days in case of Abscondita. So Abscondita is more tolerant to starvations. Sclerotia is faster feeder than Abscondita. Regarding time of feeding, larvae mostly fed on night times, irrespective of all instances and species. Sclerotia prefers midnight from 2 a.m. to 5:30 a.m. in maximum cases, and Abscondita prefers mostly early night 7:30 to 9:30 p.m. in most maximum cases. Sure. And finally, I acknowledge Environmental Management and Policy Research Institute, our principals, JDSI for identifications, and my inspirations, Ballantyne, Mr. Parvej for constant support in this work, and my team Firefly of my colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Subramanian Das. Any questions to Professor from the participants? Yeah, there is one question for you, sir, from Nishant Venugopal. He's asking why you have selected only snakes. Why you could not select any other thing like earthworms or termites?
Just in my lab, actually, I am a malacologist. Moreover, if through this specimen, if this firefly can act the effective biocontrolling agent of intermediate host of fasciola, that is one of my targets right there. So, as in one side, they act the food, and other side, they provide by this firefly. I can control the intermediate host of fasciola hepatica, fasciola vasca. So that's why my major aims, especially our lab is the malacology labs. So it is very easy to handle these specimens, the mollusca, they are the hardy. And I actually, when you study in the field, most of them, they prefer mollusca, very preferable or very delicious food in case of both the species of, although I gave different fish, prawn, or termites, and earthworms. So I don't present the data here, just I compare different species as the comparative studies there. So that's why here I mentioned only the few sentinel species.
There is one more interesting question for you, Professor. In Mexico, this is from Dr. Ishwari. In Mexico, we read in the lab the terrestrial species Photinus, and they preferred the earthworms. In fact, they never hunted the living earthworms. So how do you explain this? Yeah.
They never, sorry, again repeat, please.
The question is that in Mexico, one of the scientists read the Photinus extensus species, and they preferred earthworms, dead earthworms. In fact, they never hunted after the earthworms in the wild.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Can you imagine? My results also says the same thing. I provide living snails as well as the dead snails, as well as the dead cells without cells, and finally semi-decomposed dead cells, dead snails. So they prefer mostly on the decomposed, dead, and semi-decomposed than the living. So that's why I think energy cost, energy budget, handling times for the species, if they got huge amount of food from the dead, why they captured, why they invest their extra energy to handling times and the captures. So that's very easy. So I got the result from by using the same mollusca models. Then living, than the dead mollusca, they prefer most.
Yeah. Sir, there is one more question or a suggestion from Professor Leslie Valentine. Sclerotia larvae are aquatic.
Yes, sir.
Do you think that is significant?
Yes, sir. That's why prey and predators. That's why prey and predators in our nature, prey and predator both are there to control the mollusca species. There are so many methods are there. Few scientists told that use a copper sulfate to kill the snails. Use this and this and this. So many molluscicides are there. But if they are the sclerotia, aquatilis are there, so we can easily control. So in aquatic body, no scope of transmissions of this bilharzia hepatica species can easily be controlled. So both prey and predators both are present in the same habitat, same niches.
Yeah. Any more questions for Professor Subhay Das? So if no questions, then thank you so much, sir, for your very interesting presentation, which generated a lot of inquisitiveness among the participants. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Now we move on to another presentation from the same laboratory, from Miss Soma Katwa. She is also from Mahishadal Raj College, West Bengal, and she's going to tell us something about the impact of temperature on egg hatching of 2 firefly species from West Bengal. Miss Soma, please.
Yes, sir. Please enable the screen sharing.
Soma, you can try. We have made you co-host. You can try again.
Yeah, we have made you co-host.
Is it visible?
Yes, it is visible.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Soma Khatwa, student of Mohishadal College, Department of Zoology, MSc 4th semester. Today's my topic is impact of temperature.
Excuse me. Soma, just sorry. Yes, please go ahead.
Today's my topic is impact of temperature on egg hatching of 2 firefly species of West Bengal, India. This is the abstract. This is our Dr. Subhay Das, Abhishek Dole, Surekha Choudhury, and Soma Khatwa. Introduction. Firefly have more than 2,600 species in world. In our India, 13 to 14 species in occurred. In West Bengal, 7 to 8 species. They are emitting the cold light in night. They are producing this light, and that is called the bioluminescence. There are many threats of firefly, including habitat destruction, pesticide abuse, light pollution, urbanization, loss of wetlands, and fire in this field. Lack of species-specific information regarding life cycle against various parameters are most important and also ignored. We are present study in impact of temperature on egg hatching success, incubation period of two firefly species, Abscondita and Sclerotia. These objectives. In our present study, we work on impact of temperature on egg hatching success, incubation period of two firefly species, Abscondita and Sclerotia. Two firefly species, egg laying site, substratum, egg color, diameter, and arrangement. This is our study area: West Bengal, Purbo Mednipur, some blocks, and Nondigram, Khejuri, Chondipur, Mohishadol, Mecheda, Nandakumar, and Panchkula. This is the materials that we have used in this field. Methods we use for being the net sweeping for the adult firefly and hand picking, then laboratory study, and then use the different temperature of egg hatching in 10, 20, 30, and 40 degree temperature in BOD incubator. Use the old machine for and black paper. This is the picture of egg of Abscondita, shape and color. This is the shape of eggs on moist soil. That is the light yellow, and when this egg is developed day by day, then it converted to deep yellow color. Side, this species lays egg on 5 to 7 in row in grass or root, plant root or moist soil ridge. Number of varies 78 to 174. Average more or less 96 to 32. Site and substratum. This species lays egg on different site of moist soil at bank, wetlands, and root of rumex, passing and other plant, etc. Of Sclerotia, shape and size. That is the oval shape. When they lay eggs and jelly and then the egg is developed day by day, then the color change to deep yellow. Arrangement and site. They lay eggs on aquatic submerged vegetation like Pistia and another in a batch 137 to 346. More or less 395, more or less 65. Now the firefly study hatching success of different study in laboratory. Then the incubation period, when the 1 to 10 days there is no hatching success occur, and then the incubation period is 11 to 15 days. Then the hatching success is 7%, and the incubation period is 16 to 20. Then the hatching percentage is 24, and when the incubation period is 21 to 25 days, then the hatching percentage is 67. That is the highest. Now success and incubation period incubation period, when the 1 days to 25 there is no hatching percentage occur, and when the 26 to 30 days there is the percentage is 4%, and the incubation period 41 to 45 days, then the incubation hatching is 52%, and that is the highest. then 46 to 50 days, then the hatching percentage is 4 and gradually decreased. Impact of temperature on hatching of egg of fireflies Sclerotia species. We use different temperature in BOD incubator for hatching success experiment. Use the 10 degree temperature and hatching success is 47%, and we use the 20 degree temperature, then the hatching success is 86%. That is the highest, and this is the good temperature for the hatching of Sclerotia species. And when the hatching temperature is 40, then the hatching percentage is 41. Impact of temperature on egg hatching of firefly species Sclerotia. When the incubation temperature 10, then the incubation period of days is 29, and the incubation temperature is 20, then the incubation days is 20, and when the incubation temperature is the 40%, then the period is time is 13 days. Impact of temperature on hatching of egg of firefly species. With the different temperature, when we use the 10 degree temperature, then the hatching percentage is 34%, and incubation period is incubation temperature is 20. Then the hatching percentage is 66, that is the highest, and the incubation temperature is 30, then the hatching success percentage is 39%. 59%. Impact of temperature on hatching of egg of firefly abscondita species. When the incubation period is incubation temperature is 10, then the hatching of the time is 19 days, and the incubation temperature is 20, then the hatching time is 41 days. And when we use that 40 degree temperature, then the hatching time is 28. This is some photograph. Our findings. The shows the aquatic submerged vegetation batch. The Sclerotia lays egg in batch in 137 to 346, less 345, 65. And Abscondita territorial species of firefly of Abscondita territorial species lays egg on moist soil at bank or lays egg in number varied from 78 to 174, average more or less 96 or 32. The color of egg of Abscondita is yellow, and the color of egg is Sclerotia is jelly-like yellowish to deep yellow. The hatching success in different temperature varies significantly. At 10, 20, 30, and 40 degrees centigrade temperature, the hatching percentage the species is 47, 79, 41%, and the incubation period was 29, 20, 17, 13 days respectively. In aquatic species, the hatching success in different temperature in 10, 20, 30, and 40 degrees centigrade, the hatching of the aquatic species 34, 66, 59, and 31%, and incubation period was 59, 41, 37, and 28 days respectively in case of territorial species. Acknowledgement. I'm the authorities of principal of the India providing the necessary laboratories facilities in this research, and Dr. India proper identification of the firefly species and gratitude that Dr. Shubhamoy Das, Professor of Mahishadal College, his suggestions and continuous guidance, and to EAPRI and for giving me this platform, and thanks to Parvez Da. This is it.
To the speaker, please. Yeah. Yes, any questions to Ms. Soma? There's one question from Dr. Ishwari, IUCN Mexico. Soma, did you notice any luminescence on eggs? Did you see egg glowing? If so, how soon? How soon do they start to glow? Especially abscondita versus sclerotia.
No, I cannot look this.
Pardon? You did not see any luminescence? Soma?
Larval luminescence, I can see, but
tell me.
egg, larval luminescence I can see, but egg, not occurred.
Egg. No, professor is asking about the egg luminescence, because some eggs also glow. In our laboratory also, we have seen that in certain species, the eggs too glow. Okay, so sir is asking, did you see any difference in the egg luminescence, or did you see first of all luminescence of in the egg of these two species?
No, I cannot see this.
Oh, so you have not seen. You have not seen. Okay. Climate change can affect population of fireflies. Can we say that? There's another question from the professor. He is asking, can climate change affect the population of fireflies? Can we say that?
Yes, climate change effect.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, there's one more interesting question from Professor Leslie Valentine. Did you see what might have been lateral gills on the first stage sclerotia larvae? Yeah, even Professor Das can answer. If not, Ms. Soma, anybody from the laboratory can answer. Yeah, any response from your group, Firefly group from the Mahishadal Raj College? Yeah, Soma, you would like to answer this question?
There's another question.
Yeah, okay. Did you see what might have been lateral gills on the first stage of sclerotia larvae? Is the question. Okay. Yeah. Please. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Then thank you so much, Soma, for your interesting presentation. And I think we need to have more investigations into the egg and larvae of especially these two species from West Bengal. So after the Soma Katwa's presentation, we go to another very interesting presentation from Dr. Amlan Das. Professor Amlan Das has over 2 decades of research experience on diverse aspects of insect behavior, insect and climate change, and edible insects. A widely traveled scientist, currently he is associate professor in entomology laboratory, Department of Zoology, University of Calcutta, West Bengal. So sir has been working on various aspects of insect behavior and ecology, which can be summed up under chemical ecology group. So he has been very much interested in chemical ecology group. Then the second aspect which attracts Professor Amlan Das is insects and climate change. And the third aspect is animal insect research group. So all the three research aspects have a lot of potential, and they have a great and grand future. And Professor Amlan Das has also been guiding students, MSc and PhD, on fireflies from the Department of Entomology, Calcutta University. So Professor Amlan Das, please.
Thank you, Professor Chakraborty. Am I audible?
Yes, you are very clearly audible.
Okay. Thank you, Professor Chakraborty, and all the distinguished guests and the students. Today I am discussing about the light affinities of fireflies. I am from University of Calcutta and from Entomology Laboratory. Next slide, please. Parvez, can you please skip the next one? Hello. Hello. Hello.
Yeah, sir, 2 minutes. They'll be changing the slide.
First.
For first slide over. Go to the next.
Next.
Yeah. No.
Second is not changing.
No, it's not changing. So just a minute, sir. Yeah. Now we move on to the next. Yeah. Yes. Go to the next. Go to the next.
Now we check.
Yeah. Go to the next. Over. Yeah. You go to the next, please. Go to the next. Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes. Yeah. So now you please continue.
Okay. Thank you, Parvez and the team. We know that during our study, we asked several questions regarding the fireflies' light affinities. We know that firefly
Hello. Sir, you are not audible. Hello. Sir, can you hear us?
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, now you are audible, sir.
Yes. We know the light intensity is an influencing factor for firefly dispersal and their spatial distributions. During our study, we asked several questions. First, we asked that do they modify their spatial distributions when the conditions of the light and the darkness, food, or its absence, or both, that means food or the light, change their spatial distribution. Next, we asked, what about their spatial distributions across the different illumination zones? Abscondita have certain floral, previous one. Abscondita has certain previous floral preferences that we know. Based on this, we know that can food serve as a potential lure or the anti-lure for bypassing the light? That means, can they mask the light? Can the food mask the light? And the fourth objective is that, or fourth question that we asked, does the light intensity have any gender bias? Next one. To solve these questions, next slide, please. Yes. To solve these questions, we collected fireflies from near Calcutta Lakes. It's called the Ravindra Sarovar during the night hours. And then we then acclimatized. Then next one. We acclimatized the fireflies in our laboratories under the set environmental conditions. We allow them as apple slices or the other sucrose solutions as food or the food factor. Next one. And then we set our experiment. We built one firefly tube measuring the 150 centimeter of length, 25 centimeter of width, and 25 centimeter of width. In this fireflies, in the first picture is the firefly tube, and the second one is that where we place the food and the light. In the food and the light positions, we dissected the sections hypothetically into 6 zones, from low light intensities to high light intensities. High light intensities remarked here as greater than 60 lux, where the low light intensities is near about 0 lux. And between these 0 to 60 lux, we dissected the sections or categorized the sections into different light lux intensities. Next one. And at the middle of the tube, we put one hole, and inside the chamber, we put one video camera. We put the temperature recorders, and we placed the fireflies on the middle section of the tube. Then we observed how they behave. The first panel, before going to the panel, I can just explain some experimental design briefly. The first one is the light and the food positions. Second one is light absent and food present. First one is the light present and food absence. And the third one is light present and food also present, but at the dark end. And the panels are predictions, descriptions, and the second one is that thermographic images, and the third one is the videograph. And the last one, that is C3, that captured by night moon vision. Next slide, please. The animated replica of the light swapping experiments, there is, in the tube, we put one side a light, and in other side, other side, we did not put any light at present point. But we frequently switch on and switch off the light in one side. If one side, in the left side, if we switch on the light, then in the right side, we put off the light. That means sequentially, we put on and put off the light, but observe that firefly's movement in the same setting. And we observe the firefly movement at different time hours consecutively from the evening to the late night. Next one. We observed 6 observations for both the pre-switching and post-switching with or without food factor, and separate the experiments for male and female to check their gender biasness. And we use all the experiments under 5 density levels. When we took the firefly number 1, then we took fireflies 5, then we took the fireflies 10, 20, and 40. Like this, we increase the densities and observe their behavior. Next one, we observed when the food was not present. This is the panel in the left side, in the blue panel, and the right side is the dark panel, the red panel. The blue panel is called the dark to light movement, and the red panel is the light to dark movement. And as I already said, that on the same settings, we just put on and put off the light. So we observed how they move on the same setting. In general, the affinity of the firefly, we observed the affinity of the firefly differ at different light intensity levels. And it varied significantly for both the pre-switching and post-switching of the light sources. And these kind of observations was found for all the density levels of the fireflies. Next one. Next one. Okay. The second findings, we found that the fireflies significantly disperse in the two extreme light contrasting conditions. That means at the dark end, near about 0 luxent, and at the light end at about more than 60 luxent. This is all the fireflies data, all the cumulative data of all the sexes and all the density levels. So there is a definite demarcations that the fireflies goes to the lighted end, then the dark end. So they have a significant biasness towards lights than the dark. Next one. And this kind of observations were found for both the males and the females. That means both the males and the females, both they prefer lighted end than the darkened end when there was no food in the chamber. Next one. In the males, we also found that the males exhibited a higher preferences of higher lux ranges than females. And we observed this kind of phenomenon near about all the density levels. Next one. But when we change the food, that means from the lighted end, when we here the conditions when the food was placed in the lighted end, we observed that the fireflies moved to the lighted end where the food was present. Next one. Contrastingly, when the food was at the darker end, we observed that fireflies goes to the darker end if the food is present on the darker end. So they do not prefer their light sources or the light sources if the food is present in the dark end. This was quite demarcations that fireflies, in general, when the food was absent, the fireflies likes to move on the lighted end. But if there is any food or if there is any food factor source, then the firefly can escape or can bypass the light and can move to the darker end. Next one. Males were more drawn towards the brighter zones containing food factor than the females. Whereas when food was provided at the dark zones, female fireflies were more attracted to that end. Here was another discriminations between male and the females that the males were more drawn towards the lighted end when the food was at the darker end, at the lighted end. But when the food was provided at the dark end, the female fireflies were more attracted to that end. Next one. Yes, this is the potentiality of the fireflies. This is the potentiality of the light affinity of the fireflies. So you observe there is a decreasing changes of light intensities from greater than 60 luxes to the 0 luxes. The male and the females affinities to the light also varies with the light intensities. Both males in past cases, in high light intensities, both males and the females exhibited significant inclinations towards the phototaxis when exposed to the light intensities of 60 lux or above. But if the light intensities diminishes, their affinity to the light decreases to moderate to the low intensities. If there is a choice between light and the darkness, we observe that if there is a choice between the light and darkness, abscondita attracted toward light in the higher intensities. The next one. But now, if the food factor, we are using as food as a food factor, since food may help them as different kind of attributes. For example, it may help them for nutrition, moisture, ovipositioning substrate, etc. So food factor, a potential masking factor to light affinity. The food factor provides various underlying benefits. We know that, such as it can say the egg-laying substrate. It can say it can serve as a mating display ground. It can provide the moisture, etc., etc. So food can serve as an anti-luring factor to light. Next one. We observe that the male and the females both are attracted to the food, but male have the higher affinity to food than the females. In the next one, we found that the male preferred the food in the lighted zones, while the female choose food in the darker zones. We assume that males attracted food at the light end, maybe due to their smaller body sizes and their bigger eyeball or the bigger eyes. So it might be a factor that when the males prefer food, they also, when the food is lighted in, they prefer the food. Instead, when the females are in the lighted end, they prefer the food because it might be a cause that the females are more idle, or they can food from darker end because they usually live near the darker ends of the canopy. Next one. So that's all of my observations. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Amlan Das, for very interesting observations and the differences and the preferences which we have seen with regard to the food and the light as factors in their preference. Any questions to Professor, please, from the audience? Yes. Were the females, say there's one question from Professor Leslie Ballantyne, were the females already mated?
Inside the chamber, inside the experimental chamber, we did not find any mating a sequence or mating events. We applied the insects in different sexes. When we applied the males, we did not incorporate the females. But when we incorporated the females, we did not apply the males. So these are two different settings where we used separately males and females. So there is no questions of mating inside the chamber.
No, that's true. But what professor is asking is the females which were used for the experiment, were they already mated?
Oh, that we do not know.
Because
that we do not know because we captured the fireflies from the wild and we acclimatized the fireflies in our insectarium and we applied that fireflies in the experiment. So if they are pre-experienced, we do not know that event.
Sir, I have one question.
Yes.
I was thinking whether it will make sense to conduct the experiments in two phases, like take the same individuals.
Any more questions?
Expose the same individuals to food first, and after they have consumed the food, and then if you conduct the light experiment, will it change? I'm just thinking that maybe they prefer once they have once they have filled their stomachs, to be to say in a local language, like will their behavior towards light change or something? I'm thinking.
What is your actual question? Sorry.
So I was thinking whether their behavior changes in some kind of a preference. Will they prefer to first eat, and once they have eaten, will their behavior towards light change? Should we do the same experiment in two phases? First phase, you
yes,
show.
It can be done, and we first observed that. First, we observed whether they prefer the light or the darkness. That was our first observations. Second one, we observed if there is light or darkness, if we apply the second factor, that is food is the second factor. So we use that kind of second factor, that is food factor, which serves several purposes. So that factor can mask their light intensity, light affinity. We asked that questions, that any kind of other factor, any second factor can mask their affinity, light affinity. We just want to ask these questions.
Okay, sir. But I was just thinking, when I observe them in the field, only in dark kind of plots, even in cities, we are able to see fireflies. So it looks like the fireflies are going towards dark areas in the city. But the experiment is kind of showing something different where they seem to have an affinity for light. So I'm a little confused about that.
Yes, their affinity to the light, it is a common factor for many insects that they are going to the light, or they are going to the light source zones because of their phototoxic kind of behavior. So maybe this kind of behavior is fatal. Sometimes they die. And we also observe this kind of situations that many of the fireflies, when they are going to the light event, they are going to die. We also observed in our test, experimental set, that the most of the fireflies going to the light event, ignoring the dark end, if in the dark end, if there is no any food. Instead, if there is the food in the dark end, we observe that the fireflies goes to the dark end bypassing
there's
the light.
One more question from Sri. Samples of fireflies.
Sorry, please.
Yeah, sir, there is one more question for you. What was the sampling unit? How many samples of fireflies were considered to carry out one test or experiment?
Okay, so there was 5 kind of sample sets we set for our experiments. First one we run with one single firefly. Second one we run for 5 firefly, using 5 firefly, and the third one we third run in the third run we used 10 fireflies, and in the fourth run we used 20 fireflies, and in the fifth run we used 40 fireflies. So there are different kind of density levels that we run at different density levels. We use different kind of firefly numbers. And in every run or in every experiment, I can say these are kind of pseudo replicas. We used 6 to 10 times according to the time hour. So our data are based on that, on the time hour as well as the different density level of the fireflies. So there are 5 density levels, 1 to 40.
Was the ratio of male and female kept constant? Another question.
We used different set of experiments. For the males, when we use the males, only we use the male individuals. But when we use the females, then we used only the female individuals. We did not mixing up any kind of males and females in the same setting, in the same experiment.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so there's another question from Professor Leslie Ballantyne. Would they feed in the day?
Would they feed in a day?
The day. Yeah.
In the day.
The day, and that's in daytime.
Okay, so during our acclimatization period, when we provided apple slices and the sucrose solution in cotton balls, we observed that they prefer the food, or they are on the top of the apple slice or on the cotton ball. Maybe due to the, we do not actually sure why while they were feeding, or they are just getting the moisture from that food sources. Oh. So that we did not confirm that where they are feeding or they are enjoying the relative humidities or moistures. Oh. But in our experiments, we also observe some fireflies. We also observe the same thing, that in the experimental tube, we also observe that some fireflies are on the top of the food sources. So we ignore that fact, that whether they are enjoying the food or they are enjoying the moisture.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We have had so many experiments as far as bioluminescence of fireflies are concerned, and we are very happy to note that a lot of people in the Northeast are concentrating on the experiments of bioluminescence of fireflies. Thank you so much, sir, for your time and also your presentation. Thank you so much. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we move on to the next presentation. It is on the role of ecotourism in firefly conservation. So this is a topic which is quite diabolic. So where ecotourism can enhance conservation, or whether ecotourism can be a hurdle to conservation. So to touch upon this aspect, we have with us today Dr. Siddesh Patil from College of Commerce and Economics, Lala Lajpat Rai, Maharashtra. Dr. Siddesh Patil, please.
Very good afternoon to everybody. I hope I'm very much audible.
Yes, you are.
I will share my screen.
Yeah.
I'm sharing my PowerPoint presentation.
Yes,
is that visible to all?
Yes, yes.
Okay, okay. Thanks a lot. Thank you, organizer, to giving me the opportunity to talk about the ecotourism and the fly ecosystem. The topic is plays a very important role in present concern. The reason is when you talk about with reference to growth and industrialization, the major role is going to be played by our tourism industry. While we are talking about that, we need to understand that we need to keep a balance between the conservation as well as the economical growth. As everybody is very much aware about that, when you talk about tourism, it is going to be greatly impacting on the local natural resources. I'm mainly talking about with concern with reference to the Maharashtra point of view and Mumbai point of view. As Mumbai is a very one of the most populated city, but very close to Mumbai, there are a lot of places are there which are having a good population of fireflies. The problem is happening is that after at the weekend and particularly on Saturday and Sundays, everybody want to go very close to the nature, and that increasing the demand of providing the tourist facilities, and that directly hampering the growth or the impacting the natural resources such as water, the vegetation, and other components. As the tourists are visiting these natural areas, they are enjoying for a particular time period, but the major impact they are putting forward is the waste generation and disposal. The local communities which are living in that area, they are not ready to in a position to deal with such a huge amount of waste generation, and this is start creating a major problem with reference to how we are going to do the waste management. As we already talk about the pressure on natural resources, the major part is the overconsumption. When you talk about local community, they are putting or utilizing the resources as per their need. They are living much more sustainable life, but suddenly when the economy or the money start playing a major role, it will start impacting more toward the natural resource, and that result into overconsumption. And at the same time, it is also observed that, for example, the one of the when you talk about fireflies, they looking forward much more natural areas. So agricultural lands are getting disappear, and they get replaced by more amount of constructed areas, and that is also putting a major stress on local land use. Definitely, as you can see in the picture, when there are a lot of people are coming, they are walking, they try to so-called enjoying the nature, but at the same time, because of their activities, that definitely lead into soil erosion. The people are not necessary that everybody is going to be there as a responsible tourist, and that result into increasing pollution, and majorly particularly the water pollution, because when you talk about Western Ghats, there are a good amount of water tributaries, and the people are going to be use those resources for their own use, particularly the tourist people, and they don't understand that for a small time period, if they are using those resources in a negative way, it is going to be put an impact in a very large way. Natural habitat loss, as we say, very close to Mumbai, there are a lot of places where we do observe fireflies, but over the period of time, because of the construction activities, the demand for urbanization, there is a huge amount of natural loss, and definitely, and that will result into impacting on flora and the micro ecosystem, which is depend on that. It is going to be impacting on fauna also. We know the reasons, but major reasons what I observe is that the problem with the carrying capacity, the areas or the natural areas which are catering the needs of the tourist, it is very small, but as compared to that, the number of tourists which are visiting into that area is so large that directly impact the natural resources in one of the worst way. And on one way or the other, the tourist operator or those who are organizing such kind of tours in one of the most uncontrollable way, they may be a major responsible people. As we already said that when you talk about impact, it is going to be soil erosion, pollution, chemical discharge from the industries into the sea. It is also playing a major role. Habitat loss, depletion of water resources, and the major part is that Western Ghat is very rich with the local culture. But when the tourists are visiting that place and when there is a flow of money, they try to change their culture as per the or try to match the culture with the tourist. And it is observed that there is a huge impact on the local culture in terms of architecture, in terms of the food behavior. The complete change is observed. One of the most, and you can say the worst example, is the trampling impact. When there is a huge amount of people are visiting the place, particularly when you talk about to observe the fireflies, where there are a lot of areas where the firefly festivals are organized in Western Ghats. It is particularly the from the mid of the May to the first or second week of the June before starting of the rain, where they observe good amount of fireflies. And during the process, this is a time when the seeds are in the process of waiting for the rains and going to be germinate. But because of the continuous trampling, there is excessive soil compaction is going to be happen, and this result into loss of ground cover. One of the best example I want to quote is in Maharashtra. There is a, what you see the photograph on the top is a karst plateau, which known for is blooming season, and everybody is visiting that place to observe the natural beauty. But it is observed in that area as there is more amount of tourists. Because of the soil compaction, there are a lot of species start getting extinct because they are not able to germinate in each and every rainy season. This also stop, or you can say that there is no percolation of water into the soil, and that definitely results into surface runoff. And it is observed that in some areas where there is never going to be experience flooding, they are facing a major issue of excessive waterlogging. Change in the species composition, as you are going to be change the ecological characteristic, the flora. Based on that, whatever the species are going to be dependent, they start intruding, and particularly there is a major issue of the invasive species. For example, we can take an example of touch me not, Mimosa pudica, which is also creating a major problem in some of the Konkan regions. The other example is there is a plant called as Cosmos, which also get accidentally introduced, and now it is creating a havoc in that area. This definitely result into more amount of erosion. How it is going to be impacting on fireflies? When you talk about fireflies, the majorly the tourists are looking for to nature experience, so they try to look for the areas which are untouched, and they get a much more true wildlife experience. Problem is happening is that to fulfill the tourist need in terms of accommodation, in terms of food, in terms of their transport, the tourist organizers or the local community is going to be forced to have remove some of the vegetation, which is result into habitat loss. The worst part is happening is that as these areas are completely untouched, but because of the transport and the road formation, that is start resulting into more amount of fragmentation. And this what we observe that if in one area, if you have a more amount of fireflies, next to that, if it's just a few kilometers away, which is showing the same kind of habitat, but there is a more amount of intervening of the human behavior, or you can say the human interference, the population is less as compared to much more untouched areas. When you talk about anthropogenic effects, as you very much know that the major hurdle, or you can say the major thing which is going to be disturbing the fireflies behavior is the nighttime lights. As they are nocturnal creature and they use the bioluminescence for their courtship signals, this kind of man-made lights is going to be a major interference for their reproduction process. And it is observed that over the period of time that if one area already have a good amount of firefly population, over the period of time the population get reduced in a very significant manner. The other worst part is pesticides. Surprisingly, as from the area where there is a good amount of agricultural land or the rice plantation, the people are stopping or they are moving more towards the plantation of vegetables. And as that is a cash crop, which is giving them a good amount of money, they are using excessive fertilizers and pesticides. And it is observed that, and even when I have inquired, those areas where there is a lot of fireflies seen before, over the period of time, they completely vanish. So as you know that during the larval stage, that is the one of the largest stage in terms of fireflies life cycle, that maybe get hampering because of the excessive pesticide. Increasing urbanization, excessive growth of industrialization, because Mumbai is more amount of spreading in the areas which is very close to the vicinity. Surprisingly, very close to Mumbai also there are some places which are completely untouched, but as they get explored for the tourism point of view, that is start hampering the population of the flora and fauna, and particularly the fireflies. Problems are going to be there, and when you are going to talk about the anthropogenic effects and everybody need the growth, there is going to be economical growth and urbanization is there. So talking about them is going to be not going to be there. It is going to be happen over the period of time. So most important thing is how we are going to conserve the nature. What is my observation is that particularly when you already observe some areas where there is a good amount of fireflies, the protection of that habitat is the very much urgent need, because the people are sometimes the uprooting the plants and destroying the flora. And if any flora get damaged and which is already noted or identified, restoration of those floras is going to be one of the most important thing. And I feel that the ecotourism going to be play a very, very key role in this case, because the bottom line of the ecotourism is that the conservation of the nature and welfare of the local people. When the people are visiting the wild areas where they are observing fireflies, they are going to be a money generator for the local people. They start understanding that we need to conserve these areas where the people are visiting, and this is a way it is going to be income source. I would like to share one of the example that some of the areas in Maharashtra on the coastline, it is known for the turtle festivals, where the eggs are going to be get protected by the local people. And why, when they are releasing into the sea, back into the sea, they going to be do the advertisement, they invite the tourist. Of course it is going to be very responsible tourism, where they're going to be enjoy the local stay, local food, and this is going to be a money generation to the people. And this is where they start understanding that if we're going to be save or protect the nature, it can be one of the better economical resource. As the definition says by the International Ecotourism Society.
Yeah, Dr. Patil,
Yes.
wrap up in 2 or 3 minutes, please.
Yes,
Yeah.
surely.
Please come. Please.
Yes. It is a responsible travel to the natural areas that conserve the environment and sustain the well-being of local people. and interpretation and education. So education plays a very, very important role. The observation shows that if we pass on the message to the local people in a right way, let them know that this is going to be one of the major change into their life in terms of economy as well as conservation, that will going to make a complete change. So ecotourism going to be encourage lot of conservation activities in terms of preserving natural habitat. And for this, research going to be play a very important role in terms of understanding fireflies population and conservation of the habitat in a much more better way. Research is going to be play an important role, but at the same time, it is observed that the unique behavior of fireflies and their illumination pattern, along with the short lifespan, is going to be one of the major hurdle in terms of study. Maharashtra is known for a lot of firefly festivals, and villages have starting to hold annual festival, particularly monsoon or the start of the monsoon season, to attract more amount of tourists to see this beautiful light festival. Some of the places are Purushwadi, which is in Akola Taluka, and where they also provide the camping facility and food. The another one is very well known is Bhandardara, which is also located in Western Ghats, just 166 kilometers from the Mumbai. And as you know that even the larvae sometimes feed on the snails, so they do have a lot of water bodies, and that attract more amount of fireflies. Some of the places in Maharashtra are Bhandardara, Rajmachi, Purushwadi, Prabalwadi, Bhimashankar, Harishchandragarh, and Marshes Ghat. So, when you talk about role of ecotourism, every year there are a lot of tourists are witnessing Fireflies Festival. So, implementation of ecotourism going to be play a very important role in village economy and encourage forest conservation. These are my references. And thanks a lot. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. Thank you very much.
Yeah, Dr. Suresh Patil, thank you very much. It was a very interesting presentation, and it has a lot of application. We are also working in Western Ghats, part of Karnataka, and we also see a great potential. There's a scope for firefly responsible, okay, as you know. So thank you so much for your work and presentation. And now we move on to
thank you, sir.
There is one question, we will take it up later and we will send it across to you. There is a next presentation by one postgraduate student, Mr. Jitin Jose from Kerala. Mr. Jitin is very much interested in insect behavior. And in fact, he had come to MP, he got trained in firefly rearing, and he's very enthusiastic about his project on fireflies. So he has spared some time to share his experience in the distribution and occurrence of fireflies in Kerala. Mr. Jitin Jose, please.
Okay. And is I'm audible?
Yes, you are. Kindly go ahead.
Okay, okay. Just a minute, I want to just open my screen.
No problem.
Sharing option, okay. Can I see my screen? Can you see my screen?
Not yet.
Not yet. Okay. Is it? Is it now? You can see my screen?
No, Jitin, we will do one thing. We'll present by ourselves. Okay.
No, I just changed quite things in my PPT.
But it's not visible. If you can connect with the laptop, that would be
No,
great.
I don't have laptop first of all. That's the problem.
Then how to? Yeah.
Just try. Let's try once again. We already made you co-host.
1 minute. Just 1 minute.
Jitin, if you are having problem, you just share now only that updated one. We will run it from here.
In WhatsApp.
In WhatsApp only.
Yeah, you can share your PPT in WhatsApp.
Okay, I will share it right now. I have just sent it. It's just loading.
Dr. Siddhesh Patil, are you there? Dr. Siddhesh Patil?
Yes, sir.
Hello.
Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
you are there. Yeah, you have some questions. So meantime, the next speaker is preparing his presentation. Okay. They're asking that the tourists who visit and have tour operators, they should be held responsible for the waste they generate and pay for the ecosystem service. So it is not the responsibility of local people and government alone to keep the place alive and thriving with fireflies, isn't it? What is your opinion?
Absolutely. And that is the reason, particularly in Maharashtra and Western Ghats, when the tourists are visiting that place, not necessary that every time any government official is going to be present, but there are local people. So the point is, if we aware the people, let them know that if the tourists are coming and they are going to be a economical resource, that is fantastic thing. But at the same time, you are let them know that what is going to be their limitations, and their behavior is going to be impacting on the environment, how in a different way or negative way. And that is the reason the encouragement, or you can say the education to the local people, going to be play a very very important role. Because what is going to be happen is that when the money flow is going to be there in particular area, the people going to be cater the needs of the tourist, instead of the understanding that the conservation is going to be very very important. And that is my observation, that if they are making any a tourist stay, and if they are cutting particular trees, they need to understand that maybe that is a tree which is going to be act as a habitat for the fireflies. And that is the reason the education part toward the local people going to be play a very important role.
Hello.
I hope I have answered
Hello.
the question.
One more question. What are the downsides of ecotourism?
Yes, the major downside is that you are exposing some of the naturally fragile areas to the tourist. Some areas are completely untouched and they do harbor a very unique species in terms of flora and fauna. But when these areas get explored for tourist destinations, and maybe we are talking about something called as sustainable tourism, some way or the other, it is definitely going to be interfere the life cycles or the movements of those wildlife, and that is going to be a major downside, what I observe.
Thank you so much, Dr. Siddesh Patil. Now I think the presentation is ready with Mr. Jitin Jose, Christ College, Kerala. So, Mr. Jitin, can you start your presentation?
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Hope I am audible. There's little net problem here. So I already sent the presentation to the WhatsApp. So you will present it, I will just.
Yes.
Sir.
Yeah.
So I just.
Are you ready, or you'll take some time?
I think just a minute. It's loading. It will come right now. I don't know.
If that's the case, we will have your presentation a bit later. Meantime, I think we can request Dr. Devanshu Gupta to make his presentation. Dr. Devanshu Gupta is in charge of the Coleoptera section, Zoological Survey of India, Kolkata, and his expertise mainly rests on the taxonomic studies of beetles in the Indian subcontinent, including Daman and Diu, Dadra, and Nagar Haveli. He has over 12 years of experience in field collection, identification, preservation, and curation of museum specimens, especially the beetles. Today, he has agreed to deliver a lecture on diversity of Coleoptera in the Himalayan and sub-Himalayan region with an overview of the family Lampyridae, on which very little is known and is being initiated. Dr. Gupta, please.
Good afternoon, sir. Am I audible, sir?
Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. Namaskar. Dr. Chakravarti, sir, am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Yes.
I am sharing my screen. Is it visible? Parvez?
Yes, it is visible, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone, and namaskar. Myself, Dr. Devanshu. I'm working as a scientist in ZSI, as Dr. Chakravarti sir has told. And first of all, I will thank Dr. Chakravarti sir and Chakravarti sir for inviting me here. And my sincere apologies first because of some technical problem. I could not join at the scheduled time to all the participants. So Dr. Ballantyne, Dr. Unyal sir, Dr. Amalandas, all of the senior colleagues and my dear friends, I will be delivering the talk on beetles in the Himalayas, their taxonomic diversity and their distribution and prospects. So as we all know that India is divided into 10 biogeographic zones, and this our Himalayas and the Trans-Himalaya, that is the Jammu, Kashmir and Ladakh, as well as the Kanchenjunga range of the Sikkim. This belong to the Trans-Himalayan region, and this Himalayan region is include this Northwest Himalaya, Western Himalaya, the Central Himalaya, and the Eastern Himalaya, that is the Arunachal Pradesh. What I am going to talk about the beetles in this Himalayan and the Trans-Himalayan zone of our country. What is their diversity and what is their current status and the distribution in different biogeographic zones, and what has been done in the beetle research in Himalayas, and what needs to be done in the beetle diversity in the Himalayas. And further, India is divided into 27 biotic provinces. The Himalayan region is having 4 biotic provinces based on unique specific diversity of especially the large mammals and the temperature and the altitude. Okay, then the Gangetic Plains is following the Himalayas just below, and the desert, semi-arid, Deccan Peninsula, Western Ghats, Northeast, and the highlands. So if we see the total area of the Himalayan region, the Trans-Himalaya is having 5.62% of the total area of the country, and whereas if we see the total area of Himalayan region, that includes 6.41% of the total square kilometer area of the country. But if we see the diversity in this Himalayan region, I will be telling you in next slide, then you will be surprised that the diversity in Himalayan region is nearly 30% of the total fauna of our country is present in this Himalayan region, which is only 6.4% of the total area of the country. Trans-Himalaya, what we know is about the large mammals and all those things, the black-necked crane, snow leopard, Himalayan marmot, all those things we know, but we know little about the arthropods and the beetles from these areas. These are the some habitat which has in Himalayan region, the temperature is very low, vegetation is less. Then the Himalayas, it extends from this 2,400 kilometer length from India, Nepal, Bhutan, and China. I will be talking about the 6 states, Indian states, that is the Jammu and Kashmir, the Ladakh, Arunachal Pradesh in the east, and this Uttarakhand, Sikkim, West Bengal, and the Arunachal Pradesh. These Himalayan region is further divided into these 4 biotic provinces. And here also in Himalayan, most of the time this Himalayan region is famous for this red panda and the Asiatic black bear. But little is known about this. Though the diversity present there is quite rich, but the little has been discussed about the diversity of insects, especially the beetles in this region. If we see the diversity of fauna in Himalayan region, 30% of India's fauna is known from the Himalayan part. That is 30,615 species are faunal elements from protozoa and porifera, nidaria, all the phyla and chordates are known from Himalayan region. And nearly 86.4% out of the total Himalayan fauna is represented by arthropods only. That is 26,480 species so far known and documented from the Himalayan region. But if we see the conservation efforts and all those things, the large mammals, especially the bear, red panda, all those things got attention in terms of conservation and management, and the arthropods and the beetles and the insects all are left behind. The purpose of my my talk was to compile the diversity in the larger diversity of beetles and fauna in our Himalayan region. So you see the extent of faunal composition in Himalayan region. Arthropods represent nearly 87% of the total fauna of Himalayan. Now coming to the beetles in the Himalayas, whatever we know till date is because of the much of the work done by in the British fauna British fauna in 19 volumes. For them only 8-9 families have been dealt in that. Then fauna of India after independence, only 4 volumes have been written, that is Heliplidae, Gyrinidae, and one subfamily Ramini by Dr. Pajni and Scolitidae by Maiti and Saha in this. So there is a huge gap. So what we did for compiling about the Himalayan beetles, we take into consideration all the fauna of British India, fauna of India, then all the world checklist and catalog, online databases, or whatever databases, and the monographs, reviews, and regional checklists published for this. And the zoological records were the basis of compiling this information. We have seen all the zoological records in our library as well as online database, which is since 3 years they are making online all these zoological records. We have seen all the published documents of zoological records for compiling the information on Himalayan beetles. Also, we have seen the Zoological Survey of India collections. Zoological Survey of India is surveying Himalayan regions since its inception in 1916, and after independence also many of the expeditions and projects have been run by JDSI for documenting the fauna and especially the insects. The major part which we have taken the information is of catalog of Palearctic Coleoptera. That is very important document in terms of checklist of beetles in a particular area, and very authenticate and document that is catalog of Palearctic Coleoptera. It was also consulted for compiling this information. For preparing the Himalayan Coleoptera checklist, we have taken the genus name with type species, the name of the valued species in respective genus, and the species are listed within the genus alphabetically, and the genera within the subfamily in alphabetical order. We have also taken into consideration the junior synonyms also. Apart from that, the distribution of beetles in Indian Himalaya up to the biotic province level as well as the state level. And for knowing the endemicity, we have also added the information on the distribution of the species in other countries. Also, we have taken into the consideration for compiling this checklist and data. This is a huge data of more than 10,000 species. For that, we have taken into consideration the specimens which have been deposited in our collection. That is 4,835 species, identified species, a lot yet to be identified. 76 families we have in our collection that we have also incorporated in the database of Himalayan beetle. This is the compiled for Indian beetle. We have from India 22,334 species known from India. So far, coming to the beetle diversity in the Himalayas, half of the beetles are known from, you see the total area of our country, that is India, is 6.4%, but diversity of beetle that includes is half of the beetles are known from Himalayas only. 10,533 species are known, pertaining to 2,684 genera, 287 subfamilies, and 107 families. Undoubtedly, the Polyphaga includes the most number of species, followed by Ediphaga and the Mixophaga. Regarding the richness, highly diverse beetle fauna represents the 47.2% of the total beetle fauna of India and approximately 2.7% beetle fauna of the global beetle fauna, that is 3,89,487 species. You see how important is the Himalayan ecosystem, not only because not only for the big mammals and birds and the reptiles. This you see the insects and the beetles, they are most diverse in our Himalayan region, and for that also we have to protect our Himalayas for especially for conserving the arthropod diversity in the region. So this is the after the information we gathered that this our central Himalaya, that is the Sikkim and Darjeeling area, is the most documented and diverse area. The area is very small, but the number of species known from beetles known from that area is nearly 5,000 species. 5,081 species are known from that area. And then the northwestern Himalaya and the western Himalaya, that is the Uttarakhand and the parts of Himachal Pradesh, then Jammu Kashmir and the Himachal Pradesh area. So 4,075 species are known from western Himalaya. The 2,903 species are known from the northwest Himalaya. Very little is known about the trans-Himalayan beetles. Now, we have also compiled the diversity each family wise. If we see the only 4 species of Hydroscaphidae is known from Himalayan region. Gyranidae, 27 species are known out of 73 from India. Carabidae, 979 species are known from India, from Himalayan region. Heliplidae, mostly They are found in Ladakh region. 3 species of Heliplus is present in Ladakh region. Notaridae, 6 species are known. Dieticidae, 123 species are known from Himalayan region. Then coming to Hydrophyllidea, major families, Hydrophilidae, 118 species. In what we have observed is that the family level diversity, what we have observed that most of the families, half of the diversity is known from the Himalayan region. Most of the time, if we see in case of Staphylinidae, it is more than half. You see that 3,000 species of Staphylinidae is known from India. 2,106 species are known from Himalayan region. Now coming to this Scarabidae, half of the scarabid beetles are also known from the this Himalayan region. I am doing the taxonomic studies on, especially on the scarabid beetles. Now I will be telling you the major families. 107 families are known from Himalayan region of the beetles. Dermastidae, that is very important group, and the Bosticidae. That is, these two groups are very important in terms of this. If we see the museum pest as dermastids and bosticids for forest plantation, you see the 19 species of bosticids are known from the Himalayan region, and dermastids 42 species. Limaxillidae, that is ship timber beetle, only 1 species is known. Then Cucugidae, that is also very important group, 6 species are known from that area. Coccinellidae, you see 203 species are known from Himalayan region, out of 430 from India. I will be talking about only the major families. Cerambicidae, the long-horn beetles, half of the diversity is known from Himalayan region only. That total number of species known from India is 1,545 species. Out of them, 749 are reported from Himalayan region. Chrysomelidae, these are leaf beetles. 884 species are known from Himalayan region. This is the contrasting. You see in case of Staphylinidae, more than 66% are known from the Himalayan region. But here you see only 33% are known from Himalayan region. That might be the reason of the distribution of the plants associated with the leaf beetles. Then coming to Curculinidae, 693 species are known from the Himalayan region. A total of 10,533 species are known from Himalayan region, belonging to 285 subfamilies and 2,684 genera. This information it took us nearly 2 years to compile all these information, and we could also assess the diversity of beetles not only in the Himalayas. We also assess the diversity in other parts of India, that is the Deccan Peninsula. 3,325 species are known, and the Andaman and Nicobar Island, 936 species are known, and the Northeast region, 3,521 species are known. Now, if we see the diversity in comparison to the total area of the particular biogeographic zone with regards to number of beetles in India, the Himalayan region is including only 6.4% of the total area, but includes 47.2% of the total beetles in India. But you see, if in case of Deccan Peninsula, that is the peninsular part, that is 6 number you see in the map, that includes nearly 42% of the total area of the country. But the diversity is quite less, that is 14.9% of the total area. 14.9% of the total Indian beetles are present in this Deccan Peninsula. What we also observe that this Gangetic Plains, that is 7, is the distribution is sharing between the Himalayas and the Gangetic Plains. The beetles in the Himalayas are sharing the distribution with the Gangetic Plains. If we see the diversity of islands, that is Andaman and Nicobar Island is including only 0.25% of the total area of the country, but diversity of beetles is over 4.2%. And we have also observed the distribution of these different families, species also in different biotic province. You see Hydroscapidae, it is only It is Hydrous Capidae is only known from the northwest Himalayas. From no other parts of in the Himalayas, this particular family is known. Sphericidae, northwestern Himalaya is completely western, and 2C, that is the Sikkim Himalaya, one and other species are known. So these are the gap areas. These family, we need to start working on these family, especially in Indian context. These family Gyranidae, there is no report of Gyranidae from the Trans-Himalayan region, and a very few species are known from the Arunachal Pradesh, that is the 2D. So lots of work need to be done from the in case of Gyranidae fauna of Arunachal Pradesh. Rhizodidae, 14 out of 14 families, this is the distribution. Trans-Himalaya, there is no record of Trans-Himalayan Rhizodidae. Carabidae, in case of Carabidae, also Arunachal Pradesh, that is the Eastern Himalaya, needs to be explored in a detail. And Trans-Himalaya, this Carabidae, Trechini is the very, very important subfamily known from the Trans-Himalayan region. Helipelidae, these 3 species are known from northwestern Himalaya. Notaridae also, Arunachal Pradesh, there is no record. Diticidae, very few record of families from Arunachal Pradesh. 6 species of Diticidae are also known from the Tibetan plateau. Hydrophilidae also, same is the case. The Eastern Himalaya, very less fauna has been reported. Then Halophilidae also is the same thing. Epimetopidae, Spurchidae, Georicidae, Syntalidae, all, in all cases, the Eastern Himalaya has been less explored, especially the region that is the Arunachal Pradesh, what I say. Intilidae, Agilitidae, Leodidae, Sylphidae, all of the cases, this is the distribution of the species. While seeing the diversity in the major families, you see the Staphylinidae. Even in the Staphylinidae, Arunachal Pradesh is less explored, and a very few report from Trans-Himalaya, that's quite evident. And very huge work have been done from the northwestern, western, and the central Himalayas. Staphylinidae, in case of Staphylinidae. You see, in case of Geotripidae, this is very important group. Very few is known from Arunachal Pradesh. That these 3 species, out of them, we describe 2 new species of this family from Arunachal Pradesh. Pasalidae, most of the things are known from Arunachal Pradesh. You see the when we start, we think that we should start this family for our PhD or for our research. We should actually get to know what actually is known from that area, or what is lacking in that area. That we should be clearly know through the literature or paper. Then we can start taking a family. If you see the Pasalidae, much of the work is has been done from the Eastern Himalaya, but very few work have been done from the Western Himalaya, that is Northwest and Western Himalaya, in case of Pasalidae. Leucanidae, very much diverse in the Eastern Himalaya, that is the Sikkim, Darjeeling area and the Arunachal Pradesh. Less diverse in Northwest and Western Himalaya. Hyposauridae also is the same case, that is, and in case of Scarabidae, much is known from Sikkim and Darjeeling area, then Western Himalaya and the Northwestern Himalaya. Arunachal Pradesh, now 196 species are known from of Scarabidae, and there are, I think this number will this Arunachal Pradesh Scarabidae number will come to nearly to Central Himalaya if we all identify all the Scarabidae beetles from Arunachal Pradesh in our collection. Scartidae, very few things have been done. I will be telling you important families. Buprestidae, that is the jewel beetles. Central Himalaya is very much diverse, that is the Darjeeling and Sikkim area. Also in this case, the Arunachal Pradesh is less diverse. Northwestern and Western Himalaya is also less diverse in this case. Then coming to Elateridae, click beetles. Not much is known about click beetles in case of Elateridae. Lampyridae, few things are known from Lampyridae. I hope Dr. Chakravarti sir and Dr. Valentine madam will be giving the composite picture of Indian Lampyridae. Then the things will be clear for us to understand the fauna of Lampyridae in India. Bostrichidae, though species are present but not identified in the literature from Arunachal Pradesh. Northwest Himalaya, Western Himalaya, much is known. In case of Helotidae, you see nothing is known from the Western Himalaya. All the things are known from either from the Central Himalayas and this our Arunachal Pradesh. 3 species are known. So these are the areas we need to focus and document the diversity, so that then only we will be able to conserve the diversity in a holistic approach. What we are doing in India, that we are taking few charismatic animals and making policies based on that. We need to be more data. We need to collect more data for conserving our biodiversity and their association with the plants. Then only we will be able to give the exact picture of conservation efforts, what we are doing in country, whether they are going in right direction or not in right direction. Then coming to nitidity, that is the sap beetles, much of the diversity is known from the Sikkim Himalayas only. Then in case of coccinellidae, we recently published one paper that is having all Arunachal Pradesh. Here, while compiling that data, we were having only 11 species from Arunachal Pradesh. Now we have nearly 44 species of coccinellidae known from this Arunachal Pradesh area. These are the I will be just skipping it, but the students who are really interested in beetle diversity are doing taxonomic research might be of their help. Cerambicidae, you see this Central Himalaya is most diverse in case of Cerambicidae, and few species are known from the Trans Himalaya, only 1 species, and the Northwestern Himalaya much work needs to be done in case of Cerambicidae. Then Chrysomelidae also, this Central and Himalaya, that is the Sikkim and Darjeeling area, is the most important area for Chrysomelidae beetles. We have also seen the distribution of these beetles in different Himalayan ranges. What is their distribution? And we came to the conclusion that 82 species are cosmopolitan in their distribution, and they show the broad distribution range and they are found in all major 4 biotic provinces. So these 82 beetles are cosmopolitan and they have broad distribution. For these species, we are planning to do something regarding the distribution modeling, so that their habitat could be identified, and if they are having a cosmopolitan distribution, that can be done. And based on widely distributed species, there are many species. Besides these species, there are many species which are known only from a single locality. That is from their type locality, these species are known, and they are still known from the type specimen itself. No second specimen is available in the museum, or no paper is available. After they were described, they have not been studied or identified later on. These species also need to be taken into consideration for making the policy, if we are, and this is the time for the conservation efforts, that we need to take insects for making the policies of conservation. Only the vertebrate, bigger vertebrate and charismatic species cannot give the real picture of conservation in a country like India, which is very big and means population is quite high. We need also to take into consideration the insect diversity also. And with regards to taxonomic studies, we need to go all those type localities and search whether these species are still existing in those areas or not, or they have been described and they are nowhere. They are only known in the literature only. The Central Himalaya has, if we see, Central Himalaya has nearly 3,583 species which are not known from the other parts of the country, only known from the Central Himalaya. Western Himalaya, 2,241 species. Then Northwest Himalaya, 1,556 species, and Eastern Himalaya, 487 species. These are known from the not recorded from any other province. Now this is the comparative graph what we did, that how the diversity of these beetles are association, their association. Now coming to the surveys and diversity, we see in extensive field surveys in combination with detailed taxonomic studies concerning particular group are needed in various regions of the Himalayas, especially from the unexplored regions such as East Himalaya, that is Arunachal Pradesh. I have told in the presentation also, the Trans Himalaya, the Ladakh mountains, Tibetan Plateau and Upper Sikkim area, to get proper data on the inventory of the beetle diversity of the region. These areas are needed to be explored in detail, and not only the survey but also the specimens deposited in different museums are also needed to be examined and studied. And this can be taken in terms of family wise, not entire Coleoptera, genus wise or subfamily wise. As per our observations, most of the collection localities from Himalaya are located in Jammu Kashmir Valley, Pahalgam, Pir Panjal Range, Srinagar, Ladakh, Kargil, Kangra Valley, Kulu, Manali, Shimla, Chail, Solan, Pin Valley, Lahore Spiti, Doon Valley, Dehradun, Nainital, Kumaयूं, Garhwal, Almora, Haldwani, Mussoorie, Ranikhet, Gangtok, Namchi, Lanchen, Yumthang, Darjeeling, Kalimpong, Lopchu, Pedong, Samsing, Mirik, Dafla Hills, Abor Hills, Tawang and Namdapha. Why I have jot down all these names? Because these are mostly the areas of tourist significance. We have surveyed all these areas, so other areas must be explored and surveyed for having more data and information on the beetle diversity from Himalayan region. Though not only everything from the Himalayas have been discovered, we are working on family Scarabidae, especially the Melolanthini. So we recently found two this new beetles, that is we published this Melolantha, that we have revised this genus. That is very charismatic group of beetle. They are forest pest and they are known as white grubs. Two species, that is from Melolantha arunachalensis and lachungensis. We described from India recently in March, April. This paper came out. The nearest and also the Melolantha chinensis is reported for the first time from India. This data is very important for conserving our biodiversity, and for these two species which newly described, we got the relative of this species from Laos and Myanmar. These are the areas that Arunachal Pradesh, and you see the Melolantha arunachalensis and the Sikkim area, Lachung area, we described the species. So in this particular paper, we could do all the male genitalia studies and keys. We have provided illustrated keys and all those things. Now coming to next, we have much is known in the Himalayan beetles, but much is yet to be explored. This geotripedy, that Tawangensis, Tawang area, that is a Bhutan border. Very interesting stories there. We identified this species from our Tawang expedition in 2009. We got the specimens, so then I came and studied the specimens. Then we discussed with this thing is Dr. David Trail in Czech Museum. So he was having the specimen from Bhutan, the nearby area. So you see, sharing of the knowledge is also very important. We should not be conservative in keeping our data with ourselves. We should share the information with the global community also for our knowledge, so that our knowledge. So then we will describe this species from Tawang area. This is very big species, nearly 26 mm in length. Then Puku arunachalensis. This also from Namdapha area. I described this species. This was from Meow. It was collected in 1985. So you see the museum specimens, what we collect, we have to preserve them very meticulously, so that then if future generations and all those people and the diversity could be preserved. Then recently we also got one new beetle from the I told that Arunachal Pradesh, that is the Eastern Himalaya, is not yet have been explored means completely. we got this new species from Arunachal Pradesh again, that Bulboceras arunachensis. Also, we described this Darjeeling area, that Bulboceras darjeelicans from Darjeeling. And wherever we are finding that the gap areas in the Himalayan beetles, we are doing the research, and we did this paper on ladybird beetles of Arunachal Pradesh. In this, when we started the work, it was 11 species known from the Arunachal Pradesh. Now the total diversity is 44 species, and later on we described one new species of coccinellidea from Himalaya also. Three species were reported of new record to India in this paper. And we are also taking good photographs also, so that when coming to community participation, these photographs play a major role for involving the non-taxonomic people who are common people, are living in the area. They may be interested if we will provide them good photographs and all those things through internet platform. Then our efforts for conservation will be fruitful.
Yeah, sir, yeah, can I intervene? Sir, another 5 minutes, sir. Yeah.
Okay, sir. Okay, just in 2 minutes before, sir.
Yeah, 2 minutes. Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. We also did these 2 books also on this beetles of Northeast and lady beetles of Northeast India. These are some publications we did. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, everyone, for listening to me.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. Yeah, thank you very much, sir. So we have a couple of questions, but we will direct to you. We'll forward that questions to you so that you can answer to the people. But there is one question from Abhilash. He's a forest officer from Himachal Pradesh. He says, where in Himachal we can look for Lampyridae?
Lampyridae, not much is known from the this Himalayan region. Only 6 species, I think 6-7 species are known from Himalayan region. I think Dr. Ballantyne will be the most important person to answer that question, because I am dealing with the huge data, that is this Coleoptera in large scale. So I think I request she will be the most suitable person in this entire conference to give that thing.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much, sir, for your time and also for a large database that ZSI has collected on beetles and their distribution occurrence.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Status. Yes, sir. Thank you very much, sir, once again, and we will be in constant touch with you, sir. Now we request. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Namaste, sir. Now we request Jitin Jose to make his presentation for 10 minutes, not more than 10 minutes, please. Yeah. Jitin Jose.
Okay. Okay, can you host? Okay. So you can present the PPT. My PPT is not working. Hello, sir. Hello.
Here, we're presenting.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Okay. Good afternoon to you all. Sorry for the technical issue. So first of all, thanking Chakravarti sir for giving me the opportunity to give a talk about the fireflies. So my topic mainly deals with the study on the congregation behavior of fireflies in selected sites of Thrissur district in India, a state named Kerala. Not much studies conducted in Kerala. So we just observed that in Kerala, firefly studies didn't conduct that much, not conducted. So we just make a decision that we can study the congregation behavior of fireflies in Kerala, and we selected the Thrissur district from Kerala. Okay, so we can move to the next slide. So we all know about what is fireflies and how they are emitting light. So it's some of the relevant points relating fireflies. So fireflies are fascinating nocturnal creatures, and they are commonly known as glowworms or lightning bugs. They belong to the family of Coleoptera. Beetles classified under the family Lampridae. Distinctive feature of this beetle. One of the remarkable features of fireflies, you already know, emitting the light, ability to produce synchronized display during countership adds to their attraction. We all know about how fascinating the fireflies are. They have the ability to make the light, produce light from the abdomen. Okay, next slide, sir. Congregation often refers to the firefly assemblage. My topic mainly deals with the congregation, the habitat, how congregation behavior, mainly about the congregation behavior and the habitat. The gathering typically take place during the mating season. We all know each species of fireflies has its own specific flashing pattern to signal their presence and attract female. The rhythm nature of light help male fireflies to seize the attention of the potential mates. Okay, sir. Relevance. So coming to my study, the main relevance of the study is to learn more about the congregation behavior of fireflies from the selected 6 places in Thrissur district. We have selected 6 places from Thrissur district. The selected places are mainly situated in the outskirts of West Bengal. It's near to the Chimney Wildlife Reserve, Adirapalli Wildlife Reserve, and Peachy Wildlife Reserve. A pioneer effort to study the behavior of fireflies in Kerala region, and the study will help us to evaluate the habitat preference of the firefly. So each fireflies has their own habitat preference. So we studied the habitat preference of fireflies in Kerala in India. Okay, sir. Next slide. Next, what's the objective of the studies? So to study the flashing and the congregation behavior of fireflies, we have mainly 3 objectives during our studies: to study the flashing and the congregation behavior of fireflies, how to evaluate the relationship between abiotic factors and fireflies of study area, how abiotic factor affect the congregation of fireflies, and also to study the habitat preference of the fireflies of Thrissur district. How in Thrissur district fireflies, what preferred habitats are fireflies are seen. Okay, sir. So we read a lot of papers regarding the firefly congregation and the taxonomy of the fireflies, how they are emitting light, etc. These are some of the papers we read from Ghosh. The study conducted by the Ghosh and study completed by Nambia. And so it's just for some of the paper presentation only. So a study was conducted in Odisha, West Bengal by Ghosh. Where in that study, 28 random sites were selected with the follower association seen. In our study, we took 6 sites. It is found that the adult in the congregation, that is 55% of fireflies, are found at the surface of the tea leaves. We also got the observation relating this this paper. We also got the observation. So a study which conducted in Nambia, it's part of Tamil Nadu of West Bengal. Noted that congregation has deep knowledge of understanding as various aspects like species composition of fireflies involved and the factors behind the synchronized behavior. Okay, sir. These are another paper, international papers we referred. The paper that was published by Shay and Ramis. Okay, I am not going to it. So, sir, can you move to the next slide? So, while coming to the material and method, I already told about we have selected 6 sites. The sites are Munipara, Tumburmari. It is situated near to Adirapalli Wildlife Sanctuary. Kefara campus, it is situated to Peachy Wildlife Sanctuary. Paripallichira and Palapalli Karikulam, these 3 places are situated to Chimney Wildlife Sanctuary. During this study, we just studied the habitat study, parameters such as In the habitat study, which is parameters, we look the parameters of display trees, vegetations, larvae, etc. So while coming to the next slide, we can see the different types of parameters about the habitat study. Okay. So we use different techniques to study about the congregation. First of all, we study a visual count to take the data, and during each site study, we just collected 2 males and 2 females from each site, and we just, for the taxonomic identification, the identification is going on, we just came up to genera. So the preservation, after the collecting the species, we just put it in alcohol for the identification process. The study time we took for the congregation studies around 2 months of studies. The period is from May to July. So the rainy season in Kerala starts before April. After, we all know that after the rainy season, the congregation mainly happen. The time of the observation, we just divided into 3 phases at the 7 p.m., 9 p.m. and 11 p.m. We studied each site for 3 consecutive days. I already mentioned about the parameters, abiotic parameters, how the abiotic parameters affects the congregation of fireflies. There are 4 types. We just took the 4 parameters as temperature, relative humidity, wind speed, and atmospheric pressure. Okay. So next slide. These are some of the photos during our observation study. Okay. So next. So while coming to the observation and result, a decreasing trend in the number were found from 7 p.m. to 11 p.m. So I already told that we just divided the time phase into 3. While we are observing, the congregation string as the time passes. So congregation shrinks into minimum when the time reaches to 11 p.m. A large number of fireflies are seen at the 7 p.m. but as time goes, the congregation shrinks. So as we observed while calculating the parameters, the reason behind is that the decline may due to the increase in relative humidity and wind speed. During our site study, we just identified 2 genera of fireflies, Abscondita and Asymmetricana. During this 6th site study, more count was observed in Tumburmuri and Palapalli. Tumburmuri is situated in the Adirapalli Reserve, and the Palapalli is situated in the Chimney Reserve Forest. Less count was observed from Karipuram. Distance from the, I already told about, we studied about the habitat. Distance from the water source is found to be less in Munipara and Tumburmuri. We know that there is a fireflies association with water, etc. So next slide. During the study, we just observed congregation happened mainly into 3 trees. One is Hevia brasiliensis, is common one. In Chimney, it's plantation area, which is outskirt. It is total plantation area. The outskirt of Chimney is total plantation area. It's mainly the plantation is Hevia brasiliensis, is the common one. In Bombax sepia was found in KFRI, and the Terminal catapa was found in Munipara and Tumburmuri. Palapalli is situated away from the light source. I just heard about how the light are affecting the congregation, etc. So the Palapalli, I already mentioned, more congregation happened in Palapalli. This is because the light source, mainly the light source are just street light, the light coming from the vehicles, etc. are more in Palapalli, but in other cases it's very less in other places. A water source in the form of river is only case of Palapalli. So the water source in Palapalli, the water source is mainly in the form of river, but other places like pond, etc. Okay, sir. These are some of the photos that we took. First 2 are the just study of while studying the taxonomy, and other are the habitat study. Okay, sir. This is the congregation study. These are some of the photos that we took during the congregation study. Okay, sir. So while coming to the data, in Munipara and Tumburmuri, Paripulichera and Cariculum, we observed the abscondita genera, and Caephora campus and Palipuli, we just observed the asymmetric genera. While coming to the pressure didn't much have that much role which affect the congregation of fireflies. The pressure varies, means pressure, there is not much variation in pressure, and we assumed that pressure don't have that important role which affect the congregation of fireflies. Okay, while this is a most important table during our study, the wind speed and temperature. Wind speed is the main factors. Wind speed and the humidity is the main factor determining the congregation of fireflies. The temperature does not that in other papers I read while reading the papers, temperatures have the means temperature affect the congregation, but in our study, temperature didn't that much affect the congregation of fireflies. While coming to the wind speed, as the time passes, I just told that we just conducted studied in 3 phases: the 7 p.m. and 9 p.m. and 11 p.m. But as time passes, the wind speed is increasing. Okay, in every site, the wind speed is increasing. So we just assumed that wind speed has a major role, a abiotic factor. Wind speed has a major role which affect the congregation of fireflies. But as coming to the temperature, the congregation temperature is not that much affecting the congregation. Okay, sir. Firefly count, as I had already mentioned, the firefly congregation decreases as the time passes. In every site, a large amount of fireflies are generally seen at the first initial stage, which means at 7 p.m. But as time passes, the congregation decreases, and in some sites, the congregation decreases up to 0. While coming to the humidity, in each side there is an increasing in the humidity. As the time passes, there is a increasing in the humidity in each side. But we also assume that rain plays a major role which hinder the congregation. We had an experience during our study when the rain came, no congregation occurred. Okay, so next slide. These are some of the parameters we just studied during the habitat study. We just studied many parameters such as distance from the water source, how the tourism has an effect, what is the vegetation, tree type, larvae, how sound pollution, how the sound pollution is affecting, light pollution is affecting, how the human intervention are affecting the fireflies, how land use, which are etc. for the study. And we assumed that there are a lot of problems which affect the congregation of fireflies, and have fireflies face a lot of problems due to many reasons while studying the habitat. Okay, sir. These are some of the graphs showing, the table graph showing about how the congregation, different types of parameters graph, how the increasing and decreasing graphs, etc. Okay, sir. Wind speed has a major role, where that I already mentioned that as time passes, wind speed increases and the congregation decreases. Okay, sir. While coming to the discussion, some abiotic factors such as humidity, wind speed plays a major part in the control fireflies number in the congregation. The change in the humidity and wind speed affect the behavior pattern of the fireflies as the time passes, and the population of congregation decreases. As humidity and wind speed increases, the population of congregation decreases. Rain, I already told, rain plays an adverse factor as a complete destroyer of congregation of fireflies. While coming to the temperature does not have much significance in the population of fireflies. So next slide. The congregation is seen generally near the ponds. So the fireflies has an association near the ponds, rivers, and streams. Male do not seek for tall trees. While observing the habitat, we saw that males are not prefer the tall trees. Rather, they go for trees which are short. Light pollution plays a major role which affect the population of fireflies. Human interventions like tourism cause damage to the larval population. As already mentioned, light pollution has a major role which affect the population. Human intervention like tourism also damages the larval population. While studying the site in the Munipara, tourism is a theme park is situated near Munipara. It's illegal, but it's affect a lot of congregation of fireflies. Okay, so next slide. As conclusion, which is concluded that abiotic factors such as humidity, wind speed plays a major role in the congregation, in which number decreases as time passes. Habitat face a lot of problem, as in the mode of pollution such as sound, light, deforestation, which affect the population of fireflies. As at the end, we just assumed that conservation of the fireflies is the only solution that could retain the fireflies. Okay, so can you move to next slide? These are some of the selected reference during the study. Okay, I hope you all understood my topic. Okay, thank you. Sir?
Thank you, Jitin, for your thank you.
Hello.
Go deep into the study of fireflies in Kerala. Okay, so that was a very nice presentation, and thank you so much for sparing your valuable time despite your busy schedule with submission of your thesis and completion of degree. So thank you once again, Jitin, for sharing your study with us. Now, any questions to? There's one question you can take up, Jitin. The decline in congregation during night, could it be due to the fact that the females have already found a mate? Therefore, no more female flashes to respond.
So it may be one reason. We just conducted a nodal study. We just went to a place named Chetua. So while collecting the sample, we just collected around hundreds of samples. While collecting the sample, the hundreds of samples, the collected samples all were females. There were no males, in the sample. We just collected around 100 samples, I think so. So during the 100 samples were females, not males. That might be some reason if they get, as mentioned, sometimes the females has already got his partner. That may be some reason for the decrease. We didn't. I don't know much about it.
Dr. Jatin.
Yeah, not Dr. Jatin. It's only Mr. Jatin. I am a student.
Yes. Yeah, how much area of Western Ghat you have covered?
We just covered around. We just only selected particular sites only.
Okay, not the 1/4 of Western Ghat. It's the area. Less than that. It was a 1/4 of the Western Ghat or half of the portion of Western Ghat.
We just only it's outskirts of Western Ghats, not in the Western.
Not very much area, not a large.
We just only selected the certain spots only, not the entire coverage.
Only you have documented only two genera over there.
Yeah.
How many species?
We not yet studied the species. We are just conducting the studies only.
Yes. Okay, fine. Still, I think the laws of identification and surveys needed for this area to document the fireflies of Western.
There are a lot of problems. The government is not giving the permission to enter the forest. That's the main reason.
Yes. It's not a true. We can't say it's not a true representation of fireflies of the Western Ghat because you have done the study in very limited pockets of that area.
Yeah, we have just studied the outskirts.
Okay, fine. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Jitin. Now, Dr. Ben Plifer, the Firefly Conservation and Research USA, he was supposed to give a lecture on certified firefly habitat program, but due to some domestic assignment in the last minute, Dr. Ben has not been able to deliver this lecture. So we regret that Dr. Ben would not be giving us a talk on Firefly from US. So this is the time we thought we could spend if some participants have some points to clarify, especially with experts like Professor Leslie Valentine. So if you have any specific questions or any general questions about fireflies, the participants may interact. So let's devote some time for interaction before we close for the day. Any participants having any questions?
Hello.
You do realize that I still don't know what the Western Ghats firefly is.
Yeah. So we are also studying these congregations of fireflies in Western Ghats of Karnataka. So Western Ghats of Karnataka also is a very potential spot for the congregations of fireflies. And in one spot per acre, I think we are from 13,000 fireflies we have estimated. Still the study is in progress, and we are deploying the cameras and also the softwares so that we could capture the images of fireflies and get an estimate of these fireflies in Western Ghats. Now, this Western Ghats of Karnataka is a very complicated landscape. It has a mosaic of habitats, and it has diverse land use patterns. So it will be very interesting to see how the populations are sustaining in these diverse environments. So latitude-wise, altitude-wise, land use-wise, then the forest types-wise. This is a very interesting landscape. So we have started working this season. We have made some progress, and we would continue to cover the entire landscape of Western Ghats of Karnataka. So far, we have covered only about 10,000 acres. That's about 4,000 hectares we have covered. And we are generating the maps, the distribution maps, and also we are estimating the numbers using the softwares. So this is the progress we have made, and the Western Ghats of Karnataka is also lost about 10% of the habitats as natural habitat because of the fragmentation, urbanization, industrialization, fragmentation, and so on. So this is in brief about the initiations which MPRI has made as far as the congregation of fireflies are concerned. But definitely their populations are declining because what we had seen during 1980s and what we are seeing in 2020s, there is a big, huge gap between the two. And the man interventions, the human interventions have also expanded very greatly, and most of the areas are now being resourced for commercialization. So there's a lot of commercialization happening in these natural areas, and no one knows much about the fireflies. So we have a very challenging and daunting task ahead, but MPRI is at it, and we are also seeking the cooperation of the Forest Department, because all these landscapes they come under the Forest Department of Karnataka, with which we have very good rapport. So friends, if we don't have any questions or on any aspect of discussions, then we can close for the day, unless Professor Leslie Bantine has something to share with us. Anything, Madam, you would like to share?
Not really. It's nearly 10 o'clock at night here, and I'm ready for bed.
Okay, yeah, I
excuse me, sir. Hello.
Yeah.
Good evening.
Yeah.
Excuse me, sir. Sir, this is Ranjit from Maharashtra. So, from many speakers, the name came from Maharashtra, that is Bhandardara. At that place, currently the Firefly festivals are organized, and during that lockdown period, we have got a tremendous growth of the fireflies. That because every year that festival is going on, and people are coming day by day. Many people are visiting that places. That tourism activity is the main source of these people's earnings currently. But due to these people's anthropogenic activities, the number of fireflies is declining day by day. So from the last year, the forest departments of Maharashtra, they have banned some places that tourism cannot visit that place due to the declining of these fireflies numbers. So we can collaboratively work for the conservation of the fireflies, and in Maharashtra, all are always welcome, and I want to contribute for conservation of fireflies from my side also, and it's my prime duty actually to conserve our biodiversity. So if possible, if you visit in Maharashtra, then we will together work for that also. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Ranjit, for your opportunity, and I'm very glad that you are working there, and you were with us for some time on a project, and now you are working on fireflies in Maharashtra.
Yes, sir.
So
Yes.
keep it up, and please be in touch. And you must be knowing that we have a network called as the Asia Pacific Firefly Network. So you can go on sharing your experiences, your doubts, queries, questions, and developments. Okay. So like this, I think we can collaborate and take things forward and learn more about fireflies. Dear participants, we would like to thank IUCN, especially because they have not only encouraged us and not only facilitated, but also they have provided a small grant for our research on firefly. So they have given a small grant to us to MPRI to work and further understand the fireflies in Karnataka. Then we have the Entomological Society of America, who have facilitated the announcement of this event through their platforms and through their messages and through their newsletters. And then we have the Department of Entomology, University of Agricultural Sciences, GKVK Bangalore, with whom we have very active collaboration. For most of our requirements and our technical expertise, we approach this, and we get a lot of facilities from the department and also from other universities with whom we have very good and active support. Then we have the Naturalist School, who are also helping us in promoting this event, and they also provide a lot of manpower for our works in the field and in the wild. So if anyone would like to speak, participants, you have an opportunity. Otherwise, we will say thanks to one and all for making this day a very important day as far as firefly conservation is concerned. And tomorrow we will meet at 11 a.m. and we have lined up a very good a list of very good speakers. So we have from IUCN keynote, Dr. Hendricks will speak on invertebrate conservation, who is invertebrate conservation coordinator at the IUCN Indiana. Then we have Dr. V.P. Uniel from Wildlife Institute of India. Then we have Dr. Vichikon from University of Ruhuna, Sri Lanka. Then we have Professor University, USA. Then we have Dr. Ishwari Gutierrez Carranza from Mexico. Then we have Miss Li Ping from China. Then we have Miss Veronica Ku from Forest Research Institute, Malaysia. And then we have Professor Jeremy Niven from University of Sussex, UK. And then we have Dr. Oliver Keller from Florida Museum, USA. So, ladies and gentlemen, please don't miss this opportunity to learn more about fireflies tomorrow. And if nobody has any other queries or discussion, then we say goodbye for the day. Have a nice day.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, Dr. Professor Uniel and Professor Devanshu Gupta.